Good morning, everyone. What a morning. Sorry about that. But I have been running nonstop for what? 2 weeks, 3 weeks now? How long have I been doing this? I don't even remember. But it's time to get going. It's time to begin today's Court Watch Party. And I'm your host, Megan Fox with pjmedia.com. I write columns there every day, and that's why I'm late today. Last night, I gotta tell you this, it's funny. Last night, I fell asleep. Okay, so this is what I do every night. After the trial, I make dinner for the family, which we had Chicago-style hot dogs last night, which is a great way for anybody to have a taste of Chicago at home. It's one of the easiest things. Thank you, Penguin Overlord. Late and gay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not normally late. Look at me. I'm becoming like Rackets. Although he's like a half hour late. I would never do that to you. I don't think I would anyway. All right. I had no time for makeup this morning, so it is what it is. I'll probably put some on later in the day. Why is there a piece of hair in my face? Okay. All right. Anyway, so we had hot dogs last night because we had a baseball game to go to and then hot dogs. And hot dogs, if you want to taste of Chicago, you've never had hot dogs like Chicago hot dogs. And it's very easy to make. Let me tell you how. What you need to do is get some hot dogs. Any hot dogs will do. And some hot dog buns. And the one thing you have to have is celery salt. If you don't have celery salt, it just won't taste the same. So please pick yourself up some celery salt. But what you do is basically put on a salad on top of a hot dog. Let me tell you what goes on it. Now, my mother-in-law taught me something. She's a Chicago native too. And she's wonderful. As mothers-in-law go, I couldn't get a better mother-in-law than the one I have. She's fantastic and I love her. She taught me to put cucumbers on top of all the other salad stuff on a hot dog. And let me tell you, it makes it. So, and there's like one hot dog stand in Chicago that does put cucumbers on as well as lettuce. That's a little different than most of the places. But basically, here's what I do. You chop up some cucumbers. You got to have full dill-sized pickles, sweet relish. I do both. Some people choose the pickle or the relish. I like it all. Chopped onions, chopped tomatoes. So there's the tomatoes, the cucumbers, onions, a pickle, relish, and mustard. And then you do celery salt on top of that. It's the most delicious hot dog you'll ever have. I promise you should try it. Okay, Stephanie is looking for the invite. Hold on, let me go send it to her. I'm running behind. Anyway, so I was finishing up. So I had hot dogs, and then I go to get in my bed with my laptop. That's what I do. I move from my office to my bed because I'm exhausted and I've been sitting in this chair all day. And I go to write my columns for the day. I literally fell asleep in the middle of writing. I've never done that before. I'm like typing and I was like, and then I woke up and I was like, oh crap, I guess I have to go to bed. So I didn't finish my article until this morning. I was like, well, that's okay. I'll finish it in the morning. It's almost done. And so I got up early. I got the kids off to the bus and then I hit the article in my jammies right away. And I just finished it at like 8:30. Stephanie, turn on your camera. Hi.
Hi.
How are ya? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm not going to court today. Woohoo!
Oh, so are you going to be able to hang out more?
No, I have clients and stuff coming to the office, but at least I'm not going to court.
Dang. All right, everybody, you can follow my sister Stephanie, who is an attorney at Attorney Sings on Twitter. Please look her up on Twitter and follow her. She has like 44 followers. That's unacceptable. No one in my family is. That's pitiful. So go over there and find her at Attorney Sings. She wants to have fun on Twitter too. There's no reason why she can't.
I have a lot more followers, but then I deleted my entire Twitter account because of the thing that happened because I tweeted about believe evidence, not women.
Well, why did you do that? Why did you delete your account? Why did you get freaked out?
Because I was doing the job
Never
search.
bow to the mob.
I know.
Never.
I know. Never again.
Yeah, you were job hunting, but do you really want to work for people who don't want to
No.
believe evidence?
No, lawyers who don't want to believe
Do you
evidence.
really want to work for them?
No,
No.
I don't. No.
So I was
No,
just
I
telling
don't.
the chat. I was just telling the chat how to make a Chicago hot dog so they can try a Chicago hot dog at home. We
Yeah,
had
but
them
you
last
can't.
night.
Yeah, but did you tell them about the celery salt?
Oh yeah, you have to have the celery salt. Oh, and the other thing you need are the sport peppers. Now, if you can't find
Yeah.
Chicago style sport peppers, you can use banana peppers. They do.
It's not the same.
It's not the same, but the sport peppers you
No.
can't find in many places. Although you can order
order
them on
them on
Amazon.
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 Yeah,
I can't
but
believe I forgot the sport peppers. Yes,
you
don't forget
also
those.
can't get poppy seed buns.
We can
And
get those here. We get poppy
oh,
seed buns.
oh, can
But
you?
I
And you
don't like
also,
poppy seed buns because they get in my teeth. I don't like that.
well, that's true. That's kind of gross.
I like the
But
regular
see,
buns.
we have poppy seeds in our teeth over here anyway because we eat everything bagels, and they
Oh,
make
yeah.
a mess of your teeth.
All right. Also, though, people, do not put ketchup on a hot dog. Only psychopaths do that. Do not do
and
that.
5-year-olds, if you're
And
5
5-year-olds. If
or
you're
under,
5, you can
it's
have ketchup.
permissible.
You know, it's really funny because in a lot of hot dog stands in Chicago, they will have signs that say, "We do not put ketchup on hot dogs." If you it's considered insulting within the confines of
rude.
Chicago. If you have to have ketchup on a hot dog, put it on yourself.
They won't do it.
That's one thing I love about Chicago is that we are not afraid to just tell you what we think.
Plus,
Listen.
we're passionate about food.
Very, very passionate about food.
And it's a
As
thing
you
that
can
connects
tell
us.
from our body types, we are very passionate about food.
God. But you know what? I'm gonna join Weight Watchers. I am. I'm just gonna do it. I can't stand this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I have to lose 20 pounds
I need
at
to lose
least.
30. I need to lose 30, but
Well,
it's not. I don't think it's happening.
Did I say I needed to lose? No, I need to lose more. But what I'm telling you is I have to
I'll settle
lose
for
20.
20.
I'll settle. I'm negotiating with the food devil that sits on my shoulder, and I'm gonna
All right, devil.
I'm negotiating it down to 20. Although I should know right now you can't negotiate with the devil, so I should just forget it. Just banish the donuts and everything else like that, and get serious.
The other day, I call her up and I'm like, I can't be fat anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't be fat because she and I were never fat. We were always really thin when we were growing up, and
so thin.
We were
and beautiful.
so thin.
What happened?
I was a 00 at one point for years.
I weighed 119 pounds at 5'6" when I got married. Okay.
Yeah, she was skinny mini. She had this little tiny waist, and I was the same way. We were so thin. What the hell happened to us? And so I sent her a text, and I'm like, "We got him. I gotta lose weight. I can't take it anymore." And she texts me back, and she goes, "I am literally sitting in the line for Dunkin' Donuts right
now." No. But before that, I was like,
I'm like,
"No,
get out of it now. Back out."
No, this is what makes it even funnier. Before I fessed up about Dunkin' Donuts, I was like, yes, well, what we have to do is just start living intentionally and decide intentionally about what we put in our mouths. Pause. Wait, then I write back. And also, I'm sitting in front of the Dunkin' Donuts right now.
I'm like, Stephanie, put down the donut. You know what's funny?
Oh, God.
Some of the people in the stream have just figured out that we're sisters. Couldn't you tell by our voices?
They just figured it out?
I can do her voice
okay,
exactly.
Here.
Okay, all right
okay.
now.
Wait,
listen
Meg,
now. I was in court. Yes.
Meg.
What?
Do this with me. Oh, my love's like the red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like a red rose that's newly sprung
So
timing was a little off.
Well, that's because there's a little bit of a delay. Listen,
yeah.
You are now starting to crackle. Why does that happen to your audio all of a sudden?
Because I'm coming up to the spot where the whole thing will drop out, I think. Sorry, I'm driving.
Oh, that sucks. Well, there's your little ditty. There's your little sister ditty for the morning. We have another sister, and she is a trained opera singer. She's really, really good.
Like an angel.
And we have sung together since we were little.
We sound like trolls compared to her.
It's true. We have all sung together since we were little. And with my mother, because my mother sings too. All right, I got to check the court stream. 10 minutes to court, so let me see where we're happening here with court.
I'm going to turn my mic off so I don't mess you up when I hit this dead spot.
All right, turn it off. That's fine. All right, we're checking for Law and Crime. Really does seem to have the best stream, even though they cut out sometimes. Everybody else has volume problems, and I'm not sure. Okay, looks like we've got camera on the outside, so I will monitor that. And yeah, how many hours left on each side? Okay. Amber's side has 1 hour left, and Johnny's side has 7 hours left. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I don't know who's on the witness list for today. I haven't seen it yet. I didn't hear about it. I could not listen to anything last night. I fell asleep writing. In the middle of writing, I fell asleep, which has literally never happened to me before. So
wait a minute. When you say she has 1 hour left, does that mean their entire closing argument has to fit under an hour?
No, they have 2 hours for total 2 hours for closing arguments.
Per side?
Yes, per side.
Oh, who wants to listen to a 2-hour closing argument? That is a snoozer.
I know.
They shouldn't do that. They should not do that. If they have any brains at all, they'll keep it under an hour.
Oh, they should keep it to 45 minutes. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, max.
Yeah. No, ain't nobody wants to sit through a 2-hour closing argument. Okay, and so a little bit of housekeeping notes here. I will not be here tomorrow morning.
No.
I will not be here tomorrow morning, but Jon Del Arroz is stepping in, and he is going to run my stream. And he's going to have, and so we will send the link to Stephanie and everybody else who wants to be in tomorrow to watch closing arguments. I have stuff I have to do, and I will not be able to be here all day, but I will be popping in and out. And Jon Del Arroz is going to run the stream, so it will be here, and so you all can meet and watch the stream with Jon and with I think Sean will be here. I know that Gadfly will be popping in and out. Also, he's going to be driving, so he'll be on mobile. I will be on mobile. Stephanie, I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but I'll send you the link too, and you can come in and help Jon run the stream. But I have stuff I have to do. I have a meeting in the morning at 8:30. Then I will be back on the stream from like probably 11 until 1. So I'll be here for lunch. And then I got to run again, and then I'll be back. So it's just kind of going to be me in and out tomorrow. But don't worry, the stream will continue. All right. Do you guys you don't want to see the crowd outside. They're just milling around with posters again and waiting for Johnny to show up, and he hasn't shown up yet. All right. So the article that I wrote, shoot, I forgot to get out of it so my editor can actually edit it. Let me get out of it. I wrote an article that hasn't been published yet. However, hold on, I'm going to go into the preview so I can share it with you right now. This is a fun thing you get to do. You get to see my articles before they publish sometimes. Isn't that fun? Because I can show you the preview. So here's what's coming to PJ Media that I fell asleep in the middle of writing last night. Exposed Amber Heard's terrible, awful, no good day in court that revealed 5 more lies. I can't figure out which is worse. And here's where I go over everything that happened yesterday. I have video clips. I have it all. I have Kate Moss wrecks Amber's fake stairs story with her reference where she said it, so we can actually see her say it again.
In my head, instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs and I
Look at Ben's face.
swung at him.
Did you see Ben's face?
Stairs,
Watch.
And I swung at him.
He's like, yes.
And all of my...
Because she's so dumb, she should never have said that, because that opened the door to bring Kate Moss, the supermodel, into the courtroom, and look what she said.
To the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was in, because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
What a monster.
Did Mr. Depp
What a
push
monster.
you in any...
All right, so of course she says, no, he did not push me. He has never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs. And that was devastating to Amber, because now it's been demonstrated that, again, she lied on the stand again for like is this like the 10th time? I've lost count. Number 2, Dr. Curry wrecks Amber Heard's expert witness as an unprofessional hack. You will recall, she said, it is important we use precise language and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness, a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between data and opinions or self-reports. Hughes couched her whole testimony in the words of Heard's self-report, claiming to the jury that Depp grabbed Heard by the genitals and moved her violently around in the closet as if she was a witness. Curry called that kind of testimony highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget. Those words perfectly describe this performance. And so I have her response. I have the original Dr. Hughes saying, can you guys remember? Look at this. Watch Dr. Hughes. Do you remember her doing this? Wait, let me check the court stream. Oh, we're in court. Amber just walked in. Hold on. We'll go over it later when it publishes. Right now, I am going to go to the court stream. Amber's wearing a big baggy gray jacket. She just sat down at her table. Looks like Johnny might be coming in because his attorneys are standing. Yep. He's also wearing light gray. I like him in light gray and a is that a maroon and silver tie? We got to get a close up of what Amber's wearing. I saw it. It was like a light gray baggy jacket. Who is Mullet Man? You guys keep talking about Mullet Man, and I don't know who you're talking about. Is someone in the gallery? Oh, Julie says the side-by-sides I posted yesterday I should put everywhere. You mean this one? Hold on. See if I can pull it up. I think I still have it. You mean this one? Yeah. I don't see a black eye in this one. I think he was right about the light. Isn't it interesting how they can make you believe something? Because at first I thought I saw it when he said that. Oh, JD's bodyguard is Mullet Man? Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you. All right, the simping for Johnny has begun in the chat. If you are simping for Johnny today, now is the time. He's entered the courtroom. He's wearing a light gray. He looks very handsome. The chat believes that he does. And who really could say any different? Team Johnny Depp. Amber keeps lying, and yet she thinks she's winning. I know. It's so weird. It's weird how that's happening, but that is what she is doing. Oh, yeah, you know what? Kevin, we should set a timer. But you know why it doesn't work? Because you have to stop it every time they stop talking, I think. I mean, and that's just too much. Maybe one of you wants to do that. Does one of you want to try and time the defense? That would be a good idea, but I will not remember to do it. Oh, I need to share the link with Gadfly and everybody. I totally forgot. Hold on. I'm like just sitting here doing this by myself. Gadfly. Here you are. Who else would like to come in today?
Meg,
Yes, dear.
I think you should try to get Annie on your show.
I invited her on, but she's in Hawaii, so she said
Has to
she's
get
too
up too
busy.
early.
She's too busy with Uncle Rob's campaign. Our Uncle Rob is running for Lieutenant Governor of Hawaii. And my aunt, who's extremely knowledgeable about all things, well, everything really, she is
really
helping.
is.
Really, I mean, I can't really put a qualifier on that.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County
Oh,
is
that's
now in
loud.
session. Young Diane Sarabia presiding.
Crow.
Judy,
Please come along.
good morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters at this time?
That is too loud. Should I
Okay,
turn
sure.
that down?
You want to come forward?
Is anybody else getting blasted out by the court stream? I am. I'm turning it down a little bit because that was, if the chat decides it's too low, I'll turn it back up. But that hurt my ears. It wasn't me. Stop telling me that I'm the boomer. That was the court stream. That was not me. Holy crap. All right, you guys say you're okay. You want me to crank it up. That means I just have to turn my volume down, my personal volume, because that hurt my ears. Jeez. What is Camille wearing? She's wearing some kind of little short jacket today. It looks like it might be one of those expensive knit things. I like that. Hold on. Trying to get to the court stream so I can boost your audio because you're saying you want it loud. Bunch of psychos. All right. Boomer tech. You guys are so mean. I'm not a boomer. I'm Gen X all the way. I just don't have great tech skills. I will admit I have boomer tech skills. It's really embarrassing. I need a producer. There are 1,400 of you in here right now. If you haven't slapped that like button, do it right now. Immediately. Slap that like button. Make it thrash like a mackerel. If you know, you know. $3 super sticker from Beth. Thank you so much, Beth. I appreciate you. You are my favorite watcher. Justice for Johnny. What else do we have going in the chats? I think I missed some super chats. Hold on. I missed a super chat at the top of the program. I saw it, but it flew by so fast. Where do I find this thing? See, this is how bad I am. I don't even know where to look for the super chats after they fly by. If they fly by, I don't know where to go. I'm sure somewhere on the studio they're there. I don't know how to get to them though. Ah, there it is. Penguin Overlord sends 10 pounds. I think that's what that symbol means. Thank you for that. I appreciate the super chat. Super chats are open. And if you're a boomer and you need to know how to send a super chat on YouTube, you can just go down to the comments, and instead of just making your comment and hitting the little send button, you click on the little $sign right there, and you can send me $1, $2. You could send me $1,000. It's up to you. If this stream is something you like watching, I appreciate the support. If you would rather have a t-shirt and support the show, you can go over to my merch store and buy some new merch. I have Objection Hearsay, #Men2. We have it in all different kinds of things. I also have Justice for Johnny merch, which I'm very proud of, like my mega pint that I'm drinking out of right now. It says, "Isn't happy hour any hour? Mega pint me." Justice for Johnny comes in a mega pint for beer glasses, or isn't happy hour any hour stickers. We also have different colors of t-shirts. And Make Americans Friends Again merch, because I believe that we can all come together, especially over shit shows like this, where we expose liars in a court of law. It's something every American can feel good about, no matter who you voted for. We can all join hands and say, Amber Heard is a liar. And it's been proven in court. Don't forget to avoid David's grab-ass Shane. His hands are entirely too large and grabby. And if he has grabbed you, please let me know. And I will investigate that claim, because all people should be believed when it comes to David Shane. All right. If you don't know who David Shane is, he is Amber Heard's new PR spin guy who has a grabbing problem, apparently, according to Newsweek, the New York Post, and the Daily Mail. Girl by the Number sends a $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Prayers for Johnny and his well-deserved justice win. Tess Parker says, supporting my favorite Megan Fox because you rock. So glad I found you. So glad you're here, Tess. I appreciate you and your support. Oh, I will drop the link to the merch store. Why is the volume not working? I will drop the
surgeon, and I have a subspecialty
I'll drop
training
it in the chat.
surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Another surgeon?
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you
You guys,
perform?
my audio is perfect. If your audio
So
is
again,
bad,
I limit my practice
maybe
to
back
hand,
out
wrist,
and
and
come
elbow. I
back
would
in.
say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
So, Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. and he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can you take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60? And pull up to go to page 3. And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are two radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll identify it as 60 page 3 and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you off
that's
there. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here in this X-ray?
Two x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury, and towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So a vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Hurd?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
What other injuries, if any, would you expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Hurd described?
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare, so you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well?
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes, okay, but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury. Okay.
What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Okay. Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching, or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell us very quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if, just say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
Yes. You're aware that Miss Heard testified, and this is from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his
Lies,
finger.
lies,
You agree with
lies.
that,
I can't
correct?
be quiet.
I
Lies.
agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay.
She said that he did it with the
May I approach, Your
phone.
Honor?
Yes, sir.
Oh, now she doesn't, just like now she doesn't know if her nose was broken. She thinks her nose was broken. But when she was on the stand, she said, my nose was broken. And now I'm supposed to believe that that she doesn't know how he lost his finger. Oh, come on.
Dr. Gilbert, you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there are
Shameless
four
lying.
pages per page
Shameless.
of paper.
I want the record. I want them to pull the court transcripts
on page
of her
16 of the
testimony
document.
on the stand. Pull the transcript.
Okay.
Okay, in line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, so that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured.
Correct.
Correct. But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my
Correct.
question. Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from.
Correct.
Right? But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please.
Notice
On
how
page
Johnny's
7.
experts never argue with the defense counsel. They never argue like her experts do. I think this is they're not
Sorry,
defensive at all.
Page 25
He's like, "No,
and 26.
I
So
can't-
it's page 7 of the
I can't say
document.
that happened.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem.
Which is good. They shouldn't argue with defense counsel. They should just be unemotional,
Okay.
professional.
Line 18, question, and to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here. But question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified.
In
That's not
fact, Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Solid witness. Not emotional, not crazy, not making lip smacking and weird
Dr. Gilbert,
faces
just
like
very
this.
briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanisms of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example, if you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. You can just leave it there. That's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness.
Plaintiff rests, Your Honor.
All right. Plaintiff rests their rebuttal case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure.
Counter plaintiff rebuttal case. They have like a half hour left now, probably, to do their plaintiff rebuttal case. So this should be interesting. Chris says, Amber is my favorite by a long shot. What, are you crazy? Is that a joke? Come on now. I think that he's being sarcastic, but maybe not. Maybe there are some Amber fans here that I don't know about. If you haven't hit that like button, please do it now. It really, really helps on the YouTubes with the algorithms and all that other crap. Make it thrash like a mackerel, just like those weird texts yesterday. All right, Tanya says, you have to admit the weird doctor gave us laughs. Laughs? My side still hurt from the hair splitting. Remember the splitting hairs comment with this weird hair standing up? That was hilarious. I think a super chat came in. Girl by the numbers says, vodka bottle weighs almost 6 pounds. Yikes. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. And yeah, like I have said multiple times, a vodka bottle hurling at some high velocity can actually be a deadly weapon. She's lucky they weren't in Texas. He could have shot her dead. What if it had hit his jugular? He could have died. You could make a defense for standing your ground in that case and for pulling out a gun and shooting someone hurling glass bottles at you. This was a very serious injury to his finger. The only serious injury, by the way, in this entire case. And this is one of my problems with her entire testimony, is that she hasn't been able to show us one serious injury. Not one. We've seen minor, maybe bruising, or could be bruise kit. Could it be a bruise kit that she kept talking about? She also, by the way, when she was describing how she allegedly covered up her bruises, She said that she put concealer and foundation first and then the color corrector on top. That is not how it works. You would just have like a green or whatever the counter color is. I think if it's a red mark, you put green on it. You would have that sitting on top of your foundation. That does not, that if that's how she did it, she was creating a bruise, not covering one up. So I do not believe her. No, I do not. Hang on, editing is asking me a question. I have to find out. It's about my article. I screwed up a sentence. Shall we see what sentence I screwed up? This testimony was devastating to Heard's claims under oath that she did not give the video to TMZ and that she would have no idea how. Oh yeah, that's a bad sentence. How to get it to them. Hold on. If you find it, send it to me. Okay, sorry about that. My editor is working on my column that I have coming out in the next few minutes that I was showing to you before court started, all about the lies, the 5 new lies we learned yesterday. Can they still object when their time is up? You know, Stacey, these are things I think we're going to find out as we go. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if it includes objections. Stephanie wouldn't know either because they don't do this in Maryland. This is one of these random things that we would need a Virginia lawyer to answer because this timing thing is something they do at this Fairfax courthouse in Virginia. Not all courthouses have the same rules. But we heard testimony from Law and Lumber who practices in this courthouse. His name is Rob. And he said that, yes, they use timers, and once that timer is up, that's it. But I don't know if that means...
Mr. Murphy?
You call
they can't
Mr.
object
Julian
anymore,
Ackert.
but we'll find out.
All right. Mr. Ackert?
All right, we have now moved on to Amber's witnesses for her rebuttal witnesses. So we'll find out what this is going to be about. I'm going to change the banner. If you guys want to know what's going on, always check the banner. I always change it on the banner to tell you who's on the stand and what they're talking about, but I have to wait until I find out who this is. He's going to give his name in just a second. And then I will update the banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
Julian Ackert. And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that company.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Ackert?
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Ackert, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And what, if any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's two types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard, is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account, or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple. And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software EXIF metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendants Exhibit 1671? Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart? Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up.
Where is Gadfly? He's in the chat. He should be in the room.
Thank you. This
Where
chart
are you,
represents
Gadfly?
for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Hurd's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
Oh no.
And
Malmo.
do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
The information in that column mean?
This is the date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured, or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
Can you just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle? Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way at the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified for Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of the same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers back up? What does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please?
I don't know, you guys.
Defendants
I'm not following
1675.
this because I'm not real tech savvy and I don't understand it. I understood the other testimony yesterday, though, and he said they couldn't be authenticated, that
Do you
nobody
recognize
could
this
do
chart,
it.
Mr. Eckert?
I don't know.
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish Defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
We need
1675.
Gadfly to
published
explain this
this
to us at a break. I know he's paying
Can you
attention,
please
but
describe in more
Gadfly is
detail what
throwing
the
up, so
three
give him a
columns
minute.
you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
Cannot read anything on there, even on the big screen. I've got it blown up and I can't see anything. It's all blurry. This is terrible.
Hopefully they'll zoom in. I don't know.
What are people supposed to be
Thank
getting
you.
out of this?
So, Mr. Actor, can you please describe the relationship between these two demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the left, you can see in the 4th column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30 taken on December 16th, 2015. And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Mr. Acker, you can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case were included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh my God! I hope the cross knows what they're talking about.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I sure as shit didn't understand any of that.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before?
Give or take, yes.
For more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Kuhlmeyer didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right. You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
Yes.
All right. And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
No.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
So an editing application.
So in other words, yes,
is that it will both sort.
We can't say if it was edited or not, but it went through an editing software.
That's what.
Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up Defendants Exhibit 712 and Defendants 713 next to one another? Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish them to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
Can you see those, sir?
Yes, I can.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right. We can take that down.
Well, how did that happen, sir? How do you make a picture look visually different if you do not edit it?
If I can share my screen, we'll literally do that on.
Mr. Gibson,
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Pull up Plaintiff's
I'll
Exhibit
show you on the Photos app how to make it look
1308.
exactly like she did.
Okay.
This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in
Actually,
evidence.
no.
Mr. Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
All right, I'll get the bruise kit out.
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second as each other, correct?
They were saved at the same time. It's weird.
That's what the datetime metadata shows, yes.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
You can't have the same file number.
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field, but I think that's what even Mr. Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes
Who beat you, Megan?
the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
That took me, what,
I see that.
30 seconds?
No further questions.
All right. And just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
Thank you, Tess.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. All right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
All right, Gadfly, explain what we just heard, because I checked out. I can't figure
I
it out.
understand. It's not very interesting even to me. But basically, so Johnny Depp's rebuttal witness said that what we were looking at in multiple cases, and only the ones that he mentioned, because that's what he testified to. I don't know about the other photos. I don't know if he even looked at all of them. But he said they were screenshots of backups that have been uploaded to iTunes. So, like, I mean, I don't plug my iPhone into my laptop really anymore. I haven't done that for years.
I don't
really
either,
wanna-
but they back up anyway.
Yeah, they'll back up to like iCloud and stuff. They don't necessarily back up to the Photos app. Like I have mine turned off, so that's not necessarily true. But anyway, so basically what they're saying is that Amber had an iPhone 6. At some point, she backed up those photos to iTunes in her laptop. And then from there, they've been exported from the Photos app. So, I mean, already you don't know if they've been edited or not. And they've been screenshotted and they've been brought over to a
Jeez.
Windows machine because the JPEG went from JPEG to JPG. And then they were screenshotted again, I believe, which just means like you need the original device is really all the guy was trying to say.
But-
Johnny's witness.
But she didn't turn over her phone, as is what I understand.
She did not.
She said that
Because
the
she
phones weren't
submitted.
available. Is that correct?
And it's possible she doesn't have it. It's possible. But in
All right.
that case,
You guys are asking for a closer up version of my bruise. You see? Here's my bruise that I created in 20
All right,
seconds
your
with
next
a bruise
witness.
kit. What do you think?
Your Honor, we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All right,
stand.
Oh
Dr.
God,
Hughes.
Don Hughes is coming back.
Oh,
Please,
no.
Jesus, no.
Not
No,
notes, lady.
No, Lord, no. Oh, I thought that Dr. Curry destroyed her yesterday. Destroyed.
She's just gonna say, "I disagree." That's gonna be your whole testimony.
Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay,
Yes,
ma'am?
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are you here for 15 minutes of fame? Oh, sorry.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
And why are you here today?
To offer a rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure where you're looking at a variety of different details and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments. And those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Objection compound.
Overruled. That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98th percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes.
addressed?
So, yes. Thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us, I'm Megan Fox with PJmedia.com. I'm here with Gadfly. He is the amazing creator of Objection Hearsay and my very favorite song, Camille, which I will totally play for you later. Yes, I'd like to ask the witness, did you have dinner at Amber Heard's house? Are you here for your 15 minutes of fame? I don't know how we can listen to this.
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
Do you know the man that brought the muffins?
The Muffin Man!
I wanted Dr. Curry so badly to just say, are you asking me if I know the Muffin Man? Because that's what it sounds like.
It would have been so good. I mean, I just think this woman has totally discredited herself for the testimony that she made it sound like she was an eyewitness. Everything she said that day was he stuck his fingers inside her and moved her violently around in the closet, as it not this woman told me this happened.
Right.
But like she was standing in the room
Curry,
watching.
let's move to the TSI-2. Dr. Curry testified about your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No, again—
Please describe why. Explain why.
What Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, you know, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it. That score, the one that's elevated, which she's talking about, that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly,
hard to
there
prove
are
when
3
everyone
scales
can see her
out of
exaggerating
about—
in live time.
There's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated.
I don't believe you.
Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So
jury.
the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer measure malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done
Listen to her rushing.
augment her evaluation.
They know they're running out of time.
And she
They're on
kept saying
fast
the
forward
MFAST
mode.
is not for malingered PTSD.
Like we're watching the trial
That's
at
wrong on a
1.25
couple
speed or
levels.
something.
People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are.
Yep,
So when
that's
you're
her.
doing an evaluation, you're
That's
giving
her.
a malingering
We've seen
measure
it.
to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation.
You
Now,
wanna
what
see
you do is you take
exaggeration?
those three tests that
show
I
you.
talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST,
Which
all
scalp
with valid
has
validity
been
scales, you have greater
violently had hair
confidence in your
ripped out?
results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used.
Extreme
That in the study
exaggeration.
that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide
Oh,
PTSD.
God. I
Thank
can't
you.
take her.
Now,
I can't
Dr.
take
Curry
this
also
woman.
talked
I
about the
can't.
danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
Right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria.
We're just going to have to listen to her
Amber
original
Heard scored
testimony
in a
over again,
moderate
because this is
range.
the same
She
shit
did
she
not
said
over-exaggerate
last
on this
week.
test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response
Dr.
style of
Curry's it
someone
was.
who's,
She answered it
answering
higher
an
than
instrument.
98% of people.
And the last of
Because
these,
Dr. Curry gave her different tests.
The PCL-5.
That's why.
Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation
Of
of that?
course she doesn't agree.
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes, so I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong, and I think most.
Objection, Your Honor.
Getting coffee.
That's the issue we just addressed.
Katie, actually, she failed that PTSD exam too. Dr. Curry gave her 2 separate PTSD exams, one for childhood PTSD and one for adulthood. And she did not come up with PTSD symptoms. She came up with feigning and malingering. And her answers were so high off the charts that she answered at a higher score than 98% of people who take the malingering and feigning test that Dr. Curry gave her. And Dr. Curry, by the way, is one of the nation's leading experts in PTSD. She works on a military base with veterans. This woman you're looking at here is not a PTSD expert.
Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all.
And she's biased as hell.
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or
Overruled the
form.
objection.
She did not say any way, shape, or
No,
form.
that
She
is
just said
not
she
correct.
wouldn't
That
have
is
been
often
doing those
actually a
things.
myth and misconception about individuals who were struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years.
Yeah, we know.
We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right. Next question.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists. Using all that data, that is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic
New
psychology,
poll on
and
YouTube.
specifically in domestic
Check out the poll on YouTube, everybody.
No, I just lost it. And in
Waste that
violence,
time.
correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
I don't hit the
You wanna
like
ask the
button
question
because Johnny broke my thumbs.
Yeah, I
I'm
probably should do
catatonic
that.
from this testimony, or
you
I
were
did hit it like a
qualified.
thrashing fish. Tell me now.
I gotta find my note. You were qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
All right. God, I can't stand this woman. I would hate to have her on my case. This woman scares me. She's the kind of person who, would, I believe, back up a woman making up stories, which is what she's doing here. And it scares me that there are people like this across the country testifying in family divorce cases right now. She makes her living doing this, and she scares me, this woman. I can't stand it, because we have heard Dr. Curry say what happened on the test results. And I would like to point out, somebody said, I started, hold on. Oh, Megan, Dr. Curry said Amber's answers indicate trauma from childhood. She did say that. What she also said, though, was she did not present with PTSD from it. She said that her answers indicated she could have had childhood trauma. Which one of us has not had childhood trauma? Should we go around the room and talk about our childhood trauma that we've all had? Because, my God, you didn't have a childhood if you didn't have trauma, right? Gadfly, did you have any childhood trauma?
Disavow.
Well, I did. I was bullied for a solid. I was bullied for a solid 4 years in school. Horrific
everyone
trauma.
does. Yeah, I mean, even small things that someone wouldn't consider traumatic as an adult.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Exactly. But that
The
doesn't
last
mean
time
everybody
you
has
were
PTSD.
here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right.
Wow,
And
sounds
that
cool.
diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
Oh my God, are they putting up the manual?
Thanks for whoever's timing the defense. This is fun. 44 minutes and 31 seconds used approximately. This is good information to have. I love having
Any
that. Keep
objection to
doing it.
I don't know what it is, Your Honor.
Means you have like 19 minutes left.
They don't have much time. And by the way, everybody who's saying she's a paid witness, yeah, that's true. And Johnny has a lot of paid witnesses as well.
Curry's a paid witness also.
Curry's a paid witness. She's a paid witness. All those forensic experts were paid on both sides. So it's not really it's not really comparable to say, well, she's paid. They're all paid, which is why another reason why these paid witnesses, it's just like a cottage industry nonsense ploy that only rich people use. Because if you're a normal person, you cannot afford a $5,000 expert to come testify on your behalf in court.
I mean, that Hollywood expert, she said she had been paid $60,000 already. People don't have that kind of money to pay for one expert.
Right. This is just something rich people do. This is rich people shit.
They're getting the right one up.
Yeah, we got it up. Let's use 1312.
1312. Okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish.
Let's bring it up the textbook.
The PTSD checklist for DSM-5.
That's correct.
That what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And do you are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview.
Oh,
E.g.,
boy.
the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody.
yes. The manual says you
Still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Wrecked.
Sure.
Absolutely wrecked.
This is like me when I play a board game. Let's go to the rule book.
Tom,
Shall
can
we
you
go
pull
to
up
the book?
1309 as a demonstrative?
We're going to call this the textbook takedown. Oh, snap. The chat is going nuts right now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I love watching
Thank
these
you.
experts get slapped down by Dennison, man. He's so good at this. They're going to teach his
Any
expert
objection of 1309 as a
destruction
demonstrative?
in law
Yeah.
school. Just
Okay,
play the
then.
tape, folks. Just learn from Dennison how to do it. This is
He's
it.
an expert destroyer.
God, he's amazing. He comes in and he just boom.
It's like let's go to the logs. Let's see what actually happened here. Looks like
Everybody's
you
sad.
lied.
Everyone's sad that Stephanie is missing this. Yeah, she's got to meet with clients today, so she didn't know if she's going to be in and out. Hopefully, she's listening because Dennison is just unbelievable at this.
9 and post the jury as demonstrative.
Finish her.
Dr.
Total
King,
fatality.
recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you.
Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I did.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Hurd to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you
He's
administered
laughing
as
already.
part of this battery of tests
I
that
can
you
hear it in his
indicate
voice.
you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
All right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not
Okay,
limit herself
it's
to the
correct.
last year
Shut
to
up.
get an
Answer the
accurate
question.
assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the
No,
relationship.
Objection, Your Honor,
Make
move
her
to
stop. Strike
All
that.
right. Oh, move strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer.
Yep,
Thank you.
strike it.
Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Hurd,
Alicia.
she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these. You talked about the danger, I'm sorry. You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
I wish the court stream would stop doing that. They keep screwing with the audio.
13 plaintiffs 1310.
Death by textbook.
Any objection to 1310 as a demonstrative? Okay. You publish to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the dangerous assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
You took it for her?
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph?
Oh, yes, please. Let's blow it up. I would like to read the second full paragraph.
It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I orient her to the time of the
ex-partner
relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that you were supposed to look over the past year. And that's not
one,
the language?
no, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about
You didn't follow the
anything other than,
directions.
don't the instructions limit this test to the
Can't
previous
follow
year?
instructions.
You can give this test not only on the
No,
previous.
I'm asking you about the instructions.
Yes or no?
But I'm telling you how the test is administered
Don't
in
wanna hear
clinical
it.
practice and in forensic practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year. And,
Yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
and you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right. Let's look at more instructions. Can we look at 1247, which is already in evidence?
Hating every minute, gulping water.
Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right. This is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right. Can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next?
But you just ignore instructions you
next
don't
page.
want to do. You
One
just
more.
ignore it. You
Oh,
don't
wait.
fill in dates.
That's good.
I don't like those.
You don't look
This
at
is
a
a page
calendar.
on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked
Where
you
it's
whether you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency.
She didn't.
Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page.
Well, let's look at the blanks. Let's look at the blanks
Let's
where you
keep
filled
going.
in nothing.
All right, we'll stay at this page for a second.
Let's blow it up.
This is the very first
Let's go closer,
box
Dennison.
you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened.
You're
It
supposed
would
to
have been
fill in the
redundant to
blanks.
put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them.
Oh, that's a good
Yes.
The
point.
people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
All right, but you chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because
a,
this is not a standardized test?
well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay.
I believe
Let's
he
go
is running down
another
their
number.
time as well. That's funny. Although I don't know if he can. I think it doesn't count if he's the one doing the cross. It probably doesn't count against defense.
Let's go another one.
I don't like her argument that she doesn't have to
Let's
fill
look
out
at item
boxes.
4B4.
Why are you above everyone else?
And I asked you, you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these
I was
items
going to read her 80
that
pages.
asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
That was epic. Epic takedown, textbook takedown. I love that part. I love it. Dennison is a monster. Savage.
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change.
Here we go.
Maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages
Yes,
of
it's
notes?
like she's eating peanut butter.
In the
That's how
88
she
pages
talks.
were
Like she has peanut butter on the
many
roof
of
of her
the
mouth.
documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
It drives me
She's just
absolutely
describing
insane.
it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88
Gadfly.
pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
Catfly has made an appearance on the live stream. I saw a swishing tail go by. What's he standing on? Your chair? What's he on?
Yeah. She, first of all, how dare you
Sorry.
misgender my
Sorry.
cat?
I
But
misgendered your cat.
but yeah, she's on the top of my chair. She likes to get up there. She's destroyed my
that's so
chair,
cool.
basically.
That's so great. We are not cat people here. Everyone in my house is terribly allergic to cats. So we
What
have
is the
dogs.
difference between clinical
My mom's allergic to
scoring
cats.
and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Objection compound.
Sustained.
She has lies on the roof of her mouth.
When it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay.
Sustained.
Can you
Elaine.
explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and
IDMG,
evaluation
by the
on
way,
the
Megan.
test and
Okay.
research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
That-
A
Overruled.
little creation for
Sure.
the chat.
So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the
this is
background
good,
of the
Chad. You're
trauma
gonna
and
like
what the
this.
person has experienced.
Here it
And why
comes.
those boxes may be relevant in research is because, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further
This
questions.
is for
All right.
Dennison.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a
Thank
seat in
you.
the courtroom or you're free to go, okay?
Thank you
Here
very
it
much.
comes.
All right,
It's
ladies and gentlemen, let's go
uploading.
ahead and take our afternoon recess. I'm sorry, a morning
Finish
recess.
her.
Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside
This
research,
is
okay?
so good. Oh man, this is so good. That was unbelievable. That was so fun. Oh, this is a good meme. All right, we're on a 15-minute recess. A recess. All right. Wow. Hey, what happened to us? Where do we go? Are we behind there? Oh, we're on there. Okay, never mind. I love this meme. Okay, that was so funny. Thoughts, Gadfly, about what we just saw there, about that murder. We just saw.
I'm posting my art to Twitter.
I have to retweet it. Oh my gosh.
Absolute masterpiece. Yeah, what I think about that is it was so, and like every expert witness, they've just been destroyed.
Just been destroyed.
Every
I
time.
mean,
I don't even know if I spelled his name right. That was Russian.
you know what's great? Let me explain what's great about Dennison and how he destroys witnesses. Let me explain why it's so good. It's so good because he makes it understandable to the layperson to make memes about. We could make a meme right now. In fact, I'm going to task you with making one about following the instructions. Why following the instructions is important. There's so
Okay,
many
you got
different
that.
memes you could make about not reading the instructions, couldn't you? Like, I can think of like 3 off the top of my head that would make that hilarious. And what Elaine and Rottenborn don't do are put it into terms that can make it memeable. But Dennison totally does. He does. He does. He puts it in terms where you did not follow the instructions, did you? And immediately the chat was like, she did not understand the assignment. That's memeable.
Yeah.
And it's understandable to the average person. Meanwhile, Rottenborn or whoever is up there asking some forensic, photograph specialist guy questions. And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, we don't understand. You have to make it memeable. Yeah, now, right. Now we're going to be making the textbook. It was the textbook destruction of the witness, death by textbook. We had like 3 or 4 different memeable jokes in that takedown. This guy is brilliant. He understands the internet because the internet is about to take off and go crazy on this.
Yeah, absolutely they are. I mean,
I can't stop laughing at your meme.
Oh.
I can't. I'm still laughing at the meme. Oh, crikey. Do we have an update on the timing in the chat? I haven't been paying attention. So whoever was timing stuff, do we have an update on how much time they've used? I would like to see that. I'll try and keep my eye on the chat. Holy crow, you guys. That was so brutal. I'm going to check Ricada's stream and see what he said. Because I'm sure that they're all dying right now over there. Dennison is so good at this. It's just incredible.
incredibly good.
Let's see what he's saying. Amber Heard's team has twice leaked that they would call witnesses on a particular day and not called them. First Johnny Depp and next Amber Heard. They wanted eyes on those days. They have called Dr. Dawn Hughes to the stand to try and repair the damage Dr. Curry has done. Yeah, that didn't go so well. That didn't. Oh, Ricada messed up his stream? Maybe that's why so many people are here right now. That's not good. Did he boomer it like I did the other day? That was bad.
They press the in button.
Gadfly, can you please add Mortal Kombat music to that meme? If we do, we'll get copyright.
Yeah,
We don't
no,
want to do that.
it's a picture.
Tess Parker, thank you for the $10 super sticker. You are now my favorite listener. Thank you for being here. You're now my favorite chatter.
Wait a minute. That's easy. All right, someone do $11 and then you get to be the favorite.
JD says, Megan, we all need you tomorrow. Well, I will be here in and out. I just won't be hosting. Jon Del Arroz will be here tomorrow hosting. He has graciously decided to step in, and he has to be up at 6 a.m. for that, folks. The stream is not going to start until 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He's in California. So he will be here at 6 a.m. sharp to moderate you and to talk to you and to host the stream and make sure the volume is working and stuff. I'm going to be on my mobile. Gadfly is going to be on his mobile, but we'll be popping in and out when we can. And then I think Sean Kuhlmeyer, attorney, is going to be here. My sister, I believe, is also going to be here. Stephanie, attorney. So you will not be alone, and the chat will be here, and you guys will have to catch me up on what I missed. So pay attention, because when I ask you, what did I miss? I expect to get good results from that. I can't believe that I have stuff to do on closing arguments day. But I have a feeling that closing arguments are not going to be as exciting as the testimony we just saw the last couple days.
No, I don't think so.
Ooh, let me check and see if my article's up, because I want to drop the link in the stream. You know, you guys really help me out when you click on my articles and you go read them at PJ Media, because that's how I get paid. I get paid versus on eyeballs on who reads what I write. And what I have, yep, it's up. What I have written today is exposed Amber Heard's terrible, awful, no good day in court that revealed 5 more lies. If you want to read that in its entirety, I'm dropping the link for you. And I really love that you guys can follow directions. And if you understand the assignment is to click on my article. Click, clickety click, clickety click, 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 click. Go do that. That helps. And it doesn't cost you a dime, but it makes me some money, and I appreciate that. Clickety
That's what I
now.
care about.
Yes. I'm sorry my camera's like this. StreamYard really needs to get their shit figured out, but my camera's totally off. And okay, I'm going to do another poll in the YouTubes. Would you prefer to have my camera off or watch me look like Max Headroom? That's what I'm going to. Oh, by the way, the last poll, I didn't hit the like button because Johnny broke my thumbs, catatonic from this testimony. I did hit it like a thrashing fish. 64% of you said you hit it, but I didn't see the likes go up too much, so I'm not sure if I believe you. So hit that like so that I can believe you that you're telling me the truth when I ask you these things. Here's the next poll. Do you prefer camera on, Max Headroom style, or camera off? Because it's confusing. All right. Coming on YouTube now, you can tell me what you prefer. Frankly, I hate the freezing and stuff because inevitably it will freeze my face on something really embarrassing. Sean is here. Sean Kuhlmeyer, attorney at law, injury attorney, specializing in these poor people on bikes that get hit. Cyclists who get hit by angry drivers like me who hate cyclists.
Wow, that'd be fun to sue you, Megan.
I'm kidding though. I've never actually that's not true. We did hit one once. I wasn't driving.
Yeah.
Or no, maybe he was a jogger. He ran into our car. It was the funniest thing I ever saw. We didn't actually hit him. He jogged into our car as we were pulling away. The guy just jogged right into it, hit his elbow on the mirror. And I was like, dude, are you all right? We pulled over. We're like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'm fine. He kept jogging. It's like, do you normally run into cars when you're jogging?
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, now I do family law though too.
Oh, that's right. Eddie
right.
Brock says, can there be a third choice? Camera off with Megan Fox, the actress, on your profile pic? I should block you for that. I should block you for that joke. Blocked. That's
Banned.
A horrible joke. Banned. Banned for life.
Are you still drinking the blood of your lover?
You know what's funny? My editor said, and I'll have to show you this because it's sitting on my desk. Hold on. Back when she started talking about this blood crap, she said she gave Machine Gun Kelly a vial of her blood for Valentine's Day. My editor was like, I dare you to give your husband a vial of blood for Valentine's Day, and then you can write about it. And I was like, ew, that's disgusting. But I will make fake blood out of corn syrup and put it in a vial. He didn't find it funny.
Huh.
Here.
Wow. There's
Here it
no
is.
there's no accounting for a sense of humor.
I have it sitting on my desk.
Oh my God. So what did I miss?
Oh, well, here's what you missed. Dennison destroyed Dr. Hughes on his on his cross today from her rebuttal testimony. And it was stinking hilarious. He pulled up the textbook. He literally pulled out the textbook that shows you how to do the test and then showed everyone where she didn't follow the directions. And he kept saying, you didn't follow the directions. Wouldn't you say that following the directions when you administer a test is important? And she couldn't answer that because she kept trying to say, well, we don't do that though. That's not how it works. Well, look at all these blank things you left here where it says you're supposed to fill out this box and you put nothing here. Why didn't you follow the directions? It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's a nice technique. Did he literally bring the textbook to the courtroom?
He had pictures that from the textbook, and they went to the jury and we all saw them, and it was stinking hilarious.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's
Oh man, the chat wants me to put the camera on and watch me just freeze and restart and freeze and restart. You know, you guys are brutal because you know it's going to be, I'll freeze on a face that's completely memeable and someone will meme it and it'll be out there forever.
But I completely agree. You're absolutely the most beautiful person in the show today.
Oh, well, that's so sweet.
Isn't that true, chat? I mean, the chat, of course, I'm sure they all agree,
Sean?
right?
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Right? Why wouldn't we want to watch you? Why wouldn't we want to watch that, right?
Okay.
And of course, especially if your face freezes like.
Yeah, exactly.
My dog stepped on a bee.
I reserve the right to turn the camera off when it freezes in a really embarrassing screenshot. Dolly says, Megan, is your ticker tape right? No, it's approximate. That was the last count we heard from the chat. I haven't heard an update. Somebody in the chat has been timing them. Jennifer, thanks so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. You are now my favorite chatter. All right, let's see.
What the hell is a super sticker?
A super sticker is a way to send a tip to the channel, and you can on YouTube. You can click on the little money link down by the comments, and you can send either a super chat or a super sticker. I don't really know the difference between the two, except one you can leave a comment, and the other one is just like a tip, like a tip. Okay, you know what else you missed, Sean?
What?
You missed that I used the Chinese bruise kit to try and recreate Amber's picture.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
What do you think?
Incredible.
It does look like you're it does look like
I think I could go to court. I think I could go to court and demand a restraining order. I think that's what it looks like.
Right. I think you actually could. Yeah.
And
I
it took
sent you a new meme.
It took me 20 seconds. Oh, you have a new
it did.
meme. It did, right? Didn't it take me 20 seconds? I did it
it's so
live on the
fast.
stream. It took me 20 seconds. Oh my God.
With the Chinese bruise kit.
I told you. Okay, see, this is what's great about Dennison's technique. His takedowns are totally memeable. And they're so memeable that it takes Gadfly like 10 seconds to make one. Now, could you even think, let's be fair. Did Elaine or Rotten Born ever make anything like memeable? Did we just miss it? Is there anything memeable in their crosses?
I mean, things that weren't jokes on themselves? I don't think so.
Look at this. Look at this. You have to follow the rules. Come on. Did you tweet that out yet?
No, I didn't.
You have to.
Okay, I will.
Look at her face. Oh my God. I love this so much.
That is so wrong.
How dare you? It's beautiful. That's my art. One day I'll be as good of an artist as Amber Heard.
What is it though with Amber's experts that have that same look as she does with the downturned mouth and the high arched cheek?
That's why I get.
It's so funny. I don't think I've ever seen people with faces like this. It's incredible. I want to leave this up forever. I want this to be our background. Maybe I'll make it the background. Let's see if I can do that. That would be funny.
That's pretty wrong too. So who's up today?
Who's up today? Well, we just heard from that idiot, Dr. Hughes. Who else was on the stand? I've totally forgotten already.
Oh, the phone guy. Oh, right. Yeah, we
Right.
can do that later.
The phone guy. Oh yeah, you were supposed to show us how to do what he says she did.
Oh
Or-
yeah, it's super difficult. Let me tell you.
The forensic expert,
Yeah, the forensic expert.
right? Talking about the metadata,
Uh-huh.
right?
All right,
Right.
let's
And
see now.
didn't you say that she testified that she doesn't have any video editing software? She doesn't know anything about it.
She did. She said she didn't know anything about it. That she's never, ever, ever in her whole life ever edited a photo or used a filter. She says she doesn't know how. Baloney.
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows how to at least crop a photo.
Well, yeah.
That's editing a photo.
Did you tweet that out yet? I want to retweet it,
I
Gadfly.
tweeted it. Yeah.
I gotta get on top of that right now. This is so funny. Oh,
I'm literally becoming a meme factory. I don't know how I feel about it.
this trial is so memeable, though. It is, and you have the talent to do it. So if we come up with any good ones, you have an obligation to follow
Talent.
through. You are obligated to do it.
Yeah, I know the photos thing because I did it last night because I was curious because I was like, okay, technically I cheated because I used Affinity Photo, which is a more sophisticated editing software than Photos is. So then I put the photos into Photos and I was like, oh, yeah, they changed the colors this way. I mean,
Jennifer says,
Pretty easy.
another terrible, awful, no good, very bad day in court for Amber and Elaine's barrel of monkeys. Ricada gave great insight last night into the jurors' reactions and how he thinks they're leaning. I didn't get to hear it because I passed out. I literally passed out while I was writing my new article, which you should definitely click on right now because it helps me make more money.
Where's
which
the
helps
link
me
for
buy
that?
incredibly, ridiculously priced steaks. Let's see. It is in the chat.
The chat on YouTube?
Yeah, it's in both, but I'll drop it again because they go by so fast. It's hard to do. So here, clickety click, people. Clickety click.
That's where I watch the chat on YouTube.
Beep boop, clickety click. Yeah, it's a good article. It goes over like all the bad stuff that they've
Should
done.
I be watching the chat in Facebook instead?
No, YouTube is way better.
Got it. Oh.
Facebook is harder to watch, I think.
Oh, right. Yeah, I just mute the sound in YouTube. Does anyone know if there is an insurance policy at work at all?
What do you mean?
Does anyone know if Amber's insured with an insurance policy?
Oh, for defamation?
Yeah, so some insurance policies.
That would be really weird because as an actress, she's not like out pontificating opinions or anything. Like someone like me might have insurance for that because I write for a living and I put my opinions out there. But
But a lot of homeowners policies have a clause in it that include defamation.
That's true. I haven't heard anything about it, whether she does or not. I haven't heard. 2 minutes until court begins again.
Does anyone know anything about what her actual assets are?
$8 million is what I've heard.
That's her total net worth.
Yeah, total net worth is what's being reported. I can't tell you for sure if that's accurate, but it's being reported.
Does she own real property?
I don't know if she owns any property or not. Stephanie, we've had a memeable day today. Did you listen to Denison's takedown of Dr. Hughes?
I missed it. I haven't been on.
Oh, the chat was like, Stephanie's missing this. We can't believe she's missing it.
Stephanie missed it.
Check out the meme that Gadfly made. This is how bad it was. It was like it was like playing Mortal Kombat and you're at the final finish her scene.
Now, who is this? Who is this guy who did this?
Denison, Depp's lawyer, Wayne Denison, who's an absolute pro at taking down these experts. He pulled out the textbook from the instructions and showed everyone how she did not follow the instructions. Look at this one. You have to follow the rules.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
so good, Stephanie. They are going to teach Denison's takedowns of experts in law school. They have to just play the tape. Do what he does and everything will be okay.
So
It was
she
great.
completely fell apart.
Yeah, she couldn't.
So he got her to.
Well, of course she was, she was trying to say that, oh no, this is how we do it. We don't follow the rules. But how do you make that argument? How do you make the argument that, hey, look, here's the rules in the book that you just said was so important. And here you are not following those rules. What's your explanation for that?
And here you are ignoring all those rules.
Yeah. I mean, look how you didn't fill out this thing properly. Look how you didn't put anything in the boxes and you didn't check any of these check marks and you didn't write any of the things that the instructions say you have to do. So,
right.
30 seconds. Let's bring the court back up.
So how much more do they have left to do? Because they're almost out of time, right?
They are almost out of time. At last count, they had used 44 minutes and 31 seconds, which is now higher than that. And we don't know what it is because my guy in the chat who was counting, I don't see his comments, but then again, it could have gone by. Somebody in the chat has been timing the defense for me.
The chat's going crazy on her assets.
Really? I haven't. Oh yeah, right.
Amber's current assets: a baby, cheek implants, a witch book, used Bruce kit, an iPhone 5, and half a bottle of vodka. Messed up. Amber,
a baby.
this
Here it
can
is,
help.
Jennifer. A baby cheek implants. A witch book. Oh man, this is good. This is good, Jennifer. That's a good one.
All right, I'm going to make coffee. I'll be back.
All right. Does she own any real property? I don't know. I don't think. I think Johnny owned all the properties we've heard about at this point.
Someone said she got a property in the divorce, but I don't know if that's true.
She wanted the penthouses. Uh-oh, the stream's going to go down. Hold on. We're having trouble. I'll put it back up. But now I have to reshare. Dang it. Dang it, Law and Crime. Why do you have to be like this?
People are sharing my memes to Ricada. I hope he looks at them.
I'm
I
going
hope
to
he does too.
me and turn off my camera, but this time I'm going to keep the stream on so I can try to stay.
Yeah, please listen. You cannot miss this. It's so stinking hilarious. What is going on with? I think Law and Crime went down. Hold on. Here we go. Now we're back. All right, they're sidebarring. Okay, you guys were asking me about the flight attendant. Is there a flight attendant? Was there a flight attendant coming? Wasn't there a flight attendant coming? I think that was the airport worker we heard from yesterday. She wasn't a flight attendant. She worked at the airport in airport security, TSA security, and she's the one who broke up the fight between Amber and Tasha, her ex-wife. Aw, Tess. That is so sweet. Stephanie, do you see this comment? Tess says, can we recognize how beautiful Steph is too, along with her sister? She is beautiful. Yes, she is. Alex, I'm not going to miss tomorrow. I'm just going to be in and out. Girl by the Numbers sent a super chat. Thank you very much. AH lawyers are being paid through her homeowner's policy. Maybe, but Johnny seems to think that someone named Elon Mollusk is paying for it. I don't know what that means, but that's what Johnny thinks. Yeah, I know, Liz. The stream is not synced with me because it has something to do with me being the one that is streaming the live stream, and it's screwing with my camera. I think it's a StreamYard problem, but I've been too busy to contact them to try and figure out how to fix it because to me, it's just not that big of a deal. So I just look like Max Headroom all the time, and I'm like this. Now you're going to see it in about 2 seconds, what I just did, and it's going to look funny. All right, let's see. Keep an eye on my camera. 'Cause I'm going to look like Max Headroom in a minute. What else? If Elon was paying, I think her experts would be a bit better. Yeah. you
I
would think.
agree, actually. I think so too. I don't think Elon is paying for her defense.
Yeah, I don't either. After seeing him with that bruise on his face, I have a feeling maybe he figured her out. Look at my head.
Elon has hundreds of times more money than Johnny does. I mean,
Yeah, right. And I don't know why he would defend this. He's got to have seen the light by now.
I think
has
he's out,
to.
honestly.
He has to be out by now. He has to.
I think Elon got what he wanted and left.
Yeah. Although I am a little concerned about that baby and the embryos and stuff. Like we don't know whose baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just said we
Amber.
don't know whose baby it is, but
Amber, get help. If you're watching this, get help. You have some problems. Get help.
a lot of problems.
Yes.
Yeah, if it is his kid, she's set for life. That was a
All
coup.
right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, your next witness.
No.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the
Ooh,
stand,
I gotta get coffee
please.
for this.
Yeah, I can't believe they're calling her back. I do not see how this could go well for her. I really don't.
Yes, ma'am. Water.
Your Honor, I would like to call Aquaman to the stand. Aquaman.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we are in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so.
No one
every
wants
day.
to kill you. Calm down.
People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that.
No one said that.
No, they don't.
Johnny threatened.
That's not true.
Promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room.
You don't have to go on social
Every
media,
single day,
ma'am.
I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming.
Screaming, you do?
With the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules.
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can
There's
deal
a
with me,
lot
how
of
they can
those.
touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making
You did
snide
yesterday.
jokes. I'm not.
We saw you do
This
that
is horrible.
yesterday. We saw you do it.
This is painful.
Let me show
And
you
this
her
is
face from
humiliating for any
yesterday.
human being
Let's look at her face.
to go through.
Because I have a picture of it.
Perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being.
Well, then you should apologize.
And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this.
Look at her face from yesterday.
I want to move on.
That was yesterday in
The
court.
statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people.
I'm going to the big screen to
to
see
do
if I
on
can
his
see
behalf
tears.
when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack of
it.
foundation.
No tears.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
Dry face.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
What charitable work? She doesn't pay her debts. She doesn't do charitable work.
The only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Good.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present
but
myself
you
as
have
one,
presented
as you all
yourself as
know.
one.
But
Yes,
I
you have,
selfishly
Saint Amber.
found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it. But I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp-Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily.
Turn your social media
Thousands
off.
since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted.
It's because it was
Making
lies.
fun of my
Objection, relevance. Non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You
Yeah,
can
how
continue.
does she think Johnny's life has been exactly? How does she think his experience has been? B face. She just made the B face.
Agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating
Good.
thing I've ever had to go through.
When you lie
I
about
hope
people,
no one
you should
ever
be
has to go through
humiliated.
something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone.
Countersuing him
I've
is a
said
good way
that-
to
Well,
do
then-
that.
For years
Yeah,
now.
then
And I
you
thought he
won't
would
be
after
appealing then. will you?
Objection, non-responsive.
Then don't appeal because then
All right,
he'll
I'll
be
sustain
back in your
objection.
life
Next
again,
question.
dear. So if you lose this, you better not file an appeal or I won't believe you again.
Good point.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did
When I made up all that shit.
has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice.
Oh God.
I have the right to tell my story. I have the right
been
to say
telling
what
it for
happened to me.
6
I have the
years.
right to my voice and my name.
6 years.
He took it long enough. I have a right as an American
Oh, here we go. Fly the
to
flag.
talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
And the $7 million.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
That
All
she
right,
cashed into to
cross-examination.
give to sick and dying children. Oh, here we go. Come on, Camille. Come on, Camille.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh boy. Oh, she's blowing her nose when she has no moisture on her face whatsoever. Her nose is not running. She's just pretending that it's running because I'm looking at the big screen and there's no moisture on her face. She is not crying. She is not crying. You guys, I can't take this. I cannot. We have proven, she has proven, Johnny's lawyers have proven that she has lied over and over and over again. Please check my PJ Media article, the 5 new lies that we discovered yesterday. This woman lies. She lies all the time, and I'm not afraid to say it because I can prove it. $7 million.
Amber, get help. Get help. Turn off your social media. You won't see any more threats.
Yep.
Nobody wants to microwave your baby.
No one said that. I don't believe that.
Everyone
for
said
one
the
second.
opposite.
Everyone's like,
we
we're
hope
worried
your
about
baby
that
is
kid.
okay.
Get
Get
help.
Get help.
Get help, Amber. Your life can get better. That's right.
If you want your voice back, you need to come clean about what you did. Come
Right.
clean.
Get a really good therapist.
Look, she's suddenly not crying and sniffling anymore. She's perfectly calm now. You know, I love when she said people are making fun of my experience with sexual violence. It's like, yeah, that's because it didn't happen. You literally described an event that would have killed you or at least hospitalized you for severe injuries, and you didn't have a scratch on you and you didn't seek medical attention. We don't believe you. It isn't that anyone is making fun of sexual violence. This so-called violence never happened. It never happened. I've never seen such shameless lying in my life.
You haven't met my ex-wife.
You know, it's scary. It's scary that people are out there like this. That scares the hell out of me because if people cannot be allowed to do this, to just run around committing perjury and making up horrific allegations against people without facing consequences. Foxy,
But they are.
Foxy,
every day.
If you're in the chat, Foxy sent me an incredible message on YouTube that I want to read at some point. It's long, but she talks about when we were talking about, do we forgive her? And one of the things she said was, so you asked, should Amber the genuine lunatic be forgiven? The problem with people forgiving violent predators is that they take advantage of people again. They can't help themselves or be helped. And so without them being properly stigmatized and put in a state where they can't do harm, sometimes requiring some kind of incarceration or keeping them away from people entirely, they will keep being dangerous and destructive monsters. Not only that, but it sends the worst message possible if nothing more comes of this trial than Johnny Depp getting more money alone and isn't pursued further because Amber told heinous lies about someone. She claimed that Johnny basically murdered her and left her for dead. And if anyone can go around telling lies like that under oath and not have consequences for doing so, and it's just some kind of low risk or low consequence activity for people to do when they might feel like it, then the justice system is practically over. Anyone can harm anyone simply by spreading harmful and life-destroying lies that can even get them killed or put in prison. And that is so wrong. So letting her off the hook is wrong. Forgive all of them inside because they are mentally ill. All criminals are crazy bastards, but that doesn't mean people should ever let this go or ever trust Amber or anyone like her who has the qualities she has or does what she has done. I would like major penalties to exist for lies and lying and smearing and false claims of crimes. Accusing people falsely of things should be a major crime because it can destroy their careers, their lives, and even lead to their being killed by avengers who are fooled by the lies they heard and think they might be doing the right thing. This is a major crime akin to terror upon a person, and Depp was protected by his wealth. Other people don't have that protection and can't put up a strong defense or afford fighting against lies against them, which people might simply find easier to. We won't risk it, better not take a chance. So maybe they didn't do it, but I don't want to be wrong and find out. So no, no, no. Forgive all mentally ill freaks in your heart, but they need to be stopped in every way possible. Deterred, stopped, prevented, predicted, locked up to protect the people. And people can't be soft on these creeps. They are danger to society, to civility, to life in society, and the safety of all people. That's why I voted for no forgiveness, or what I meant anyway was not to let Amber and other crooks who do this off easy or with mere fines. That is a brilliant comment, Foxy Fox, and that was only part of it. She wrote way more than that. And I'm just going to say that was wonderful. And I've now changed my vote. I vote with her. Because, what do you guys think?
I think she's right. You know what she should do? She should pick up the phone. She should call her local prosecutor's office, and she should say, when was the last time you prosecuted a case for perjury?
Look at
Whitney. That's a good idea. Why don't we, all of us listening to this, why don't we all call our prosecutors' offices and tell our prosecutors, we expect you to prosecute people for perjury this year. We want to see some prosecutions for perjury, because this is it's a scourge on society. We want it to stop.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, Sean.
I'm still a team compassion, so I'm still team forgiveness, but I understand everyone's point.
I see what she's saying about forgiving in your heart, though. You don't we're not holding, you're not holding a grudge against her. It's just that she needs people like her do need to be stopped. They need to be deterred. They need to be deterred. Sure. It's not like, no one's suggesting we should jeer at her on the street. And I've actually said, I don't like it when those people do that outside the courtroom. I think they should be completely silent, because it allows her to play the victim card. You heard her. Even outside this courtroom, they're doing it to me. Yeah, stop doing that so that we don't have to listen to her complain about it. She shouldn't be able to use that. She should just be, everyone outside the courtroom should just be quiet, be silent, turn your back. That's a much better way to send a message than letting her look like a victim being jeered in an arena.
Right.
Well, she's using it.
No, yeah, I'm forgiveness in my heart, but yeah, I agree. There should be some punishment for doing this, or else it's going to continue forever.
And I think I made a mistake on the poll by not adding that as an option, which is forgive personally, but ensure consequence, because consequence matters for this.
Agreed.
I've been a practicing attorney for about 15 years now, and now I practice civil laws. I don't practice criminal law, but I can't remember the last time that I heard about a perjury conviction in my jurisdiction. Stephanie, you ever seen a perjury conviction?
Never. 25 years.
Well, have you experienced perjury in court, and did you try to go after the perjurer?
It happens all the time. It happens all the time.
And you don't go after them? Is there nothing you can do?
Call the state's attorney and say, I want you to prosecute this. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, why? Because they're too busy dealing with murders and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Maybe we need a special office just for perjury in the state's attorney's office. Just the lawyers that only do perjury. That's all they do. And so that they're not taking away resources from the people who are prosecuting, major crimes. Why can't we have a minor crimes division?
That would be great. You want to pay more taxes for it?
Can't they just take the taxes they already have? For God's sake, have you ever looked at it? Don't they get enough? I'm still driving on the same potholes I was driving on 2 years ago, and yet the taxes just keep going up. So they're not using it for the roads. Don't tell me they're using it for the roads. I won't believe you.
Texas does. We got good roads over here.
Well, our roads in New York suck. I've been driving on the exact same potholes for the last 2 years, and I'm kind of sick of it, and I would like all of my high property taxes to just fix the damn road. Can we just fix the road?
Yeah.
Now we need to find more art.
On that perjury conversation, yesterday I read a declaration in a family law case I'm involved in, and the witness is saying XYZ happened, and my guy sent me a photograph that shows that XYZ never happened. And I'm sitting here looking at it and going, well, you know, I'm looking at a perjurious declaration, but I know there's no point other than just saying he committed perjury because nothing will happen.
This is a major problem. Well, at least we have discovered a major problem in the justice system, and that is that perjury doesn't get prosecuted. And I'm going to write an article about it. I'm going to write it. I'm going to
really
write
doesn't.
my
I mean,
notes right now. Perjury doesn't get prosecuted. Let's have a special office.
There was I think there was a jurisdiction in California several years ago where the prosecutor got really tired of all of the false crap that happened in family court, and he started prosecuting people for perjury. And not only did he get convictions, but he also saw a change happen inside a family court because
where was this?
I think it was in California. I'm not exactly positive.
If you can find that story, I would love to talk to that guy.
But yeah, so, you know, and we impeached, I mean, you would think that perjury is a serious thing. We impeached the president over it, but, you know, they call it.
Oh yeah, good point. So the only time we have time to impeach someone for perjury or to go after someone for perjury is when there's a political thing happening, when there's a political, you know, knife fight happening.
Or a blowjob.
Or right. So that was important that he lied about that, which I agree it was. All perjury matters. I'm not going to say that it didn't matter, but they spent how much money going after that perjury charge for the lie that he told about Monica Lewinsky. But we can't go after people like this who tell lies to destroy someone's life. I think we can all agree that his lie was just a protection lie. It was a self-protection lie. It was not a lie to destroy someone's life. Although the argument could be made it destroyed Monica's because it then blew up in his face. But I don't think that was his intent. I don't think he was malicious in that intent.
Poor choice of words, man.
Did I just say blew up in his face?
Really a poor choice of words, Megan.
I do that all the time. All the time. I set myself up for these things, and you guys would think that I do it on purpose, but I literally do not. I don't.
We can't take you anywhere.
You cannot take me anywhere. Stephanie does it too. It's like a family thing. It's genetic. It's genetic. We all say things.
Don't drag me to it. I do though. That thing I said to Denny.
I don't remember. What was it?
I'm not going to say it on this live. I'm going to call that.
Text it to me in the private chat and I'll say it. DJ Southpaw says, Megan Fox, I think it blew up in her face. Yes, that's an important distinction.
What is going on at the bench that's been going on for so long?
I don't know. But Stephanie, why is your... I don't understand why you're so staticky. What volume are you using? Is that your phone that you're on?
Yeah.
It's your phone. Do you have headphones you can try?
Yeah, I have them here, but they're really...
Try
Okay,
those because it might get better. There's something wrong with your iPhone. Did it get wet or something?
No.
Well, it sounds like it got wet. That's what I think. I think you got water inside of it. Yeah, you're being accused of having boomer tech. That's the worst thing anyone can say about you. They say it about me multiple times a day.
It's true about
your mic is
100%
hosed.
true.
We cannot hear you because you're so staticky. It's bad. You know, you don't come here for the good technology. You come here for the laughs. That's why you're here. So slap the like button, make it flounder around like a mackerel that just got thrashed by Johnny Depp's text messages. And if you are here for your 15 minutes of fame, we welcome you. If you want your 15 minutes of fame, that's what we're here for. You know, I was thinking
That's why
yesterday,
I'm here.
It was really funny. It was really funny yesterday when Elaine kept asking everybody, don't you just want your 15 minutes of fame? Don't you want to be on television? And I my first thought was, what's television? Did she mean YouTube? No one's watching this trial on television. No one. Do we even watch television anymore? She also doesn't know what the internet is. She calls it the Twitters. The Twitters that he twittered.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that.
and why?
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testify that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
So
you heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors.
Wow.
Like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
Wow.
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken,
Kate Moss
similar
not
to the way
there?
that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right? Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture, as non-responsive.
Answer the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. I question again.
No.
You told this jury
that's not what you
that
said.
you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing a
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
Pull the
I'll
transcript.
strike the last part as
Thank you,
non-responsive.
Your Honor.
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect.
Show
It was
the
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case.
You actually had
I did.
alerted TMC that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No. I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't
heard
come from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and
The
yes,
cabinet
that was my
video-
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
You're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under oath.
I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me.
Ms. Heard,
Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have done it
bad.
in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I don't.
Right. You edited that video before
how
you gave
could
it to
you do better?
TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into
monster
evidence.
is about
It's
to erupt.
Defendants Exhibit 799.
Call her a victim again, Camille. Call her a fake victim. Do it. Say the word victim over and over again until she explodes. Because she will. You keep saying you think you're a
This
victim.
is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
Victim, victim, victim.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can speak to what
Let's refresh your
easier?
recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish
She's
the
now
article with
claiming
everything but the headline
press
and
is
date
wrong about
and the photo
what date
redacted.
they took the photo? No, sorry, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
It doesn't matter. She
Let's
got
take
the
a
headline in there.
look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington
That is correct.
in there too?
The cover.
That
Ms.
is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Mr. I'd like to show you Defendants Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I
the two
believe so.
photos, the two same photos.
Please, let's hope
So it's
that's
your
what this
testimony
is.
that Defendants Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum
come
without
on.
context.
We all know what this is from. We all
Let's give you that
know.
context. Can we please? Thanks. I could
I
have
know
day
more about
16
this
trial
case than she
testimony.
does, apparently.
I know. Well, we focused on it a little bit more, I guess.
She can't remember what she said last week or the week before.
I don't know what I had for breakfast, Camille.
I don't know anymore. I had all these very, 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 very good memories of all these situations, except I don't remember now. But I remembered it 2 weeks ago, just not today.
Yeah, Kate Moss on the stairs. You said Kate Moss on the stairs? Oh.
Could you please
I
turn
don't
first
know.
to page
That was just a rumor I heard. I mean, made up.
4585?
I mean, heard. Yes, pull out the transcript, Camille. Make her read it back. Read her own words and choke on them.
Sorry, 1 second.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585.
Pardon.
Line
Getting
16.
lost on purpose. What page? 4545. Gadfly, you have to make a Mortal Kombat finisher with Camille and Amber. You better get working on that. We're going to
Line
do that.
16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two.
I want to see Camille as the character with the two fans. Was it Katana? What was the name of that character?
No, you're right. Katana, yeah. You're on it.
Katana, my favorite. I used to play Mortal Kombat. I'm a kid from the 80s and 90s. I played that.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603.
They still make Mortal Kombat. They just look like jury trials now.
Starting at line 12. 4603.
That was your best joke of the day.
Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendants Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendants Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse, Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from
now
which
you're not sure.
incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
But you testified to
asking
it.
you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in
in my
relation to that incident.
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, Defendants Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a
We know.
partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Heard,
floor.
you didn't just
Finish
look at
her,
a picture.
Camille. Finish
You looked at your
her.
testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's pull up.
But it was. It's in
Let's
the
actually leave up
transcript.
Defendants 512 and please pull up Defendants Exhibit 725
It says defendant's exhibit on it. That's a
Which
Bates
is already
number
in
from
evidence.
deposition.
in redacted form, Your Honor.
It's her
All right,
own
thank you.
evidence. It's
Side by
in
side.
The record
You've
established.
seen this photograph as well, right?
Here we go.
I have.
Yep.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Holy shit.
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered
Oh,
up, we
my
could then
God.
tell. If you
I didn't cover
remove-
it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor
them
did.
so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's in
right.
evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that.
Ms. Heard,
Stop
Ms.
talking
Heard,
about
there is no
metadata.
question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, she didn't.
No, I didn't ask you
No.
about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third
I didn't
day.
ask you about anything.
She is good.
Camille. Yeah.
Camille's
Yeah.
killing it.
You know, she's
Killing
been
again.
litigating. She's been litigating for 12 years. She's not new. She's a seasoned litigator.
Yeah.
And
You know, as a rule of thumb, it's only a woman could do this.
oh, absolutely. We said
Yeah.
that from the beginning. She could only be
And
taken down
here's
by a
another
man.
sort of dirty little secret. Only a height, weight, proportionate, good-looking woman could do this.
True. Also true. We talked about that earlier too. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't make an argument based on any preconceptions because they're
Let's
in the
turn
same
to
category.
page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
She's not crying now about all the humiliation she supposedly suffered, by the way. If you were truly a victim, wouldn't you just break down under this kind of questioning and just not be able to speak at some point? Like, it's funny how she can pull herself
Specifically
together.
line 16. Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804.
Boy, does she have a hard time following those numbers. and
Starting at
finding
line
those
14?
pages. She's
Yes.
stalling.
Through 4805, line 4.
So many lies. So many lies. They're documented on every page. Thousands and thousands of pages of lies.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805.
Stall. Did
You see that you're testifying that Defendants Exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And Defendants Exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Yeah, you testified about it.
Thank you, Tom.
It's your evidence.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week.
we approach?
Yes.
Oh, Your Honor, maybe we approach. The plaintiff's counsel is destroying our witness on the stand. Holy shit, it's your evidence, Amber. You turned it in. Yeah, you're
That's
supposed
true.
to know what
That's
day.
true. Although, to be fair, Amber does have a little bit of a point. She's looking at a photograph of a floor, and there's thousands of pieces of evidence. To say that she might not honestly remember that exact one, maybe, but it's pretty clear.
That
it's marked
doesn't
right there.
change. That doesn't change the fact that the defense submitted 2 of the same pictures for different dates.
Right.
They
And
did that.
And Camille brought up the transcript and said you recognize this picture as this date.
So it's
And
been
now she's saying
discussed.
no.
So it's been discussed a lot. So I mean, her argument that I don't remember this seems really weak.
Very.
I love this. I love this comment. She doesn't know how to edit or call TMZ, but she suddenly understands metadata.
Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
Oh, people are freaking out. This is too
Something
bad.
happened in the gallery. Something's
Ms. Heard, at
happening.
the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you think Ms. Moss needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course, I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
That's not true.
You
Nobody
told the
heard
jury
that
under
rumor.
oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed
I
the
lived
trailer
through
in
the
the
80s and
Hicksville.
90s.
You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
when you told this jury
Maybe
under
because
oath
he's
that
a
you had
good
no
man?
idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016. You didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power.
Non-responsive, strike
That's why I
it.
wrote the op-ed. I was
Non-responsive.
speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury.
All these
Excuse me?
people.
I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me.
question?
That's because you were too busy
Ms. Vasquez,
talking.
if you do mind,
Curry-
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people
Oh,
do this
you have?
time
Where?
and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in
my
Australia, to
God.
show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've
What?
never
He
heard
didn't
Johnny
say
claim
that.
that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Oh man. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Now I'm going to try and cry again.
Ms. Vasquez
But I will be
suggested that
unsuccessful.
you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Yep.
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine
Now they're
was
confused.
taken, why might that be?
They didn't just actually
Objection,
Because there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
put it on the
Overruled.
record.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years. 5
Your evidence
years.
sucked.
And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years,
Your
this has been
evidence was
going on.
terrible.
And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to
Take a look at her
challenge
evidence
this
again.
in this way. It's crazy.
That's
It's
her
easy
scalp
to-
on the far
to
left.
Not know the context
That's
of
her
a
evidence.
picture of spilled wine because there are
That's
so
shitty
many
evidence.
more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence. of
Objection,
mind to document.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually
Make her take
years
off her
ago
shoes. Let's see the scars on her
resemble
feet.
what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block.
You
didn't prove that he tried to
Objection,
get
Your
you
Honor, lack
fired.
of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
It's all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as a non-response.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
She's
overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys.
I dug my own grave and I
I
continue
have the
to dig
attorney's
it, and it's
approach.
not fair. It's not fair that I did this to myself and I had terrible evidence and I couldn't prove a damn thing, and I'm expecting you to ruin his life on my behalf because it's not fair that I got caught. Shoot.
What did I miss when my system crashed?
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah.
Well, you missed a whole lot of ridiculous. A whole lot of ridiculous. I mean, she is saying that no one has ever had any better evidence than her. 5 years of evidence. No one has had better evidence. And look at the chat. No evidence. No bloody feet. Nothing. You don't have any evidence, you dumb bitch. This is what we're dealing with. There is no evidence. We have seen no evidence of abuse. We have seen ridiculous photos that look like maybe she messed around with the lighting. Maybe she had dark circles that day. They certainly do not look like she got beat repeatedly by a grown man using his fist. Here's her evidence on the far left of her hair being pulled out with bloody. She said it was bloody and pussy when this picture was taken. Does anyone with human eyes see any blood or pus in this picture? For your reference, next to it are two pictures of my normal, healthy, white, pasty, Caucasian scalp. And next to that would be Gadfly's white, pasty, and a little bit reddish Caucasian scalp. Looks like you might have a little sun damage there. Frankly, I think mine looks worse. I look like I'm missing more hair, and I'm not real thrilled with that top view of my hair, by the way. It looks like I'm beginning to get a bald spot. Maybe it's a cowlick. I'm not sure, but this is the evidence she wants us to convict Johnny Depp forever as a wife beater over. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't do it for me. That says to me, you lied. Sorry, lady, you lied.
Witness?
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, they're out of time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go, tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go, okay? So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Now, this judge is no nonsense. I mean, like 10 seconds after the Amber
Yeah.
rested, she immediately turned to the jury.
Yeah. Yeah,
She's
no
on
more
top of it.
evidence. I'm so glad. I'm so glad this is over, and I'm glad we get the afternoon off because I really need to get caught up on some stuff around the house. But before
We'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50.
I
We
thought
just
they
have
weren't
a
coming
few jury
back.
instructions left we have to do.
Oh, they're
Make sure we
letting
get
the
the
jury
verdict form
go.
taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
Okay, so we got some more after lunch to look at, I guess.
No, but I don't think that we're going to need to see that. That's just going to
This is
be
housekeeping stuff.
housekeeping stuff that nobody's going to care about. There are no more witnesses coming back. I'm not going to cover that. There's no point in it. You guys
We're
will
not
just
going
be
to see
bored.
it. Yeah,
You'll
we're
just
not
be-
going to see the jury instructions at this point. So it would be
No, but-
fascinating to see them, but
But wait a minute. They won't televise that either, will they? For what purpose?
no, but I'm sure given no, they will not. But I'm sure that given the importance of this trial, we'll eventually get to see those jury instructions. But yeah, we're not going to see that. So it's going to be lawyers, pinheaded lawyers doing their pinheaded lawyery thing.
Right, pinheaded
Everyone's giving
lawyer
a standing ovation.
Yeah. Well, now that the
Right.
judge is out of the room. Well, the judge just left.
It
I
is
wonder-
kind of interesting to see what's going on inside the courtroom right now.
Yeah. I want to know what happened for the judge to get mad and at the gallery. So maybe
People were freaking out, obviously, when Camille was doing her cross. I mean, people were probably oohing and ahhing and stuff, I bet you.
yeah, possible.
It was before that, though.
Well, I mean, it was during Camille's cross of Amber, which was really just a total. It was brutal. And I think that Camille, I think I got to stop sharing this so that I can get my video working again because I can't stand it when it's so behind. I think that Camille's cross was really good, but somebody just said, and I started in the comments, Vasquez could have cracked her more if she kept going. I feel that. I feel like she had her on the edge and she backed off, and I don't know why she did. Because she was hammering at her. If she had used the word victim about 5 times in a row, you think you're a victim. You like being a victim. You present yourself as a victim. You want everyone in this courtroom to think you're a victim. I think she would have cracked. I think she would have just exploded. And I was waiting for it, but I am a little disappointed. But she still made mincemeat out of her. Thank you, Elise. That's true. She made mincemeat out of her.
I think the worry for that is that the jury might see it as Camille being aggressively rude. You know what I mean? And maybe
at
not
this point, if the
doing it
jury
right
does
way.
not understand what is happening here, I don't want to be neighbors with these people. Like, I cannot think that they have to know what they have seen here. Stephanie, did you get to hear Camille's cross there?
I did. Did you guys notice the starting to lose it eye rolling that
Yeah.
Amber was doing? It was so middle school and ridiculous behavior.
Well, what does
And
that say? Remember what Ben King said, that she was like a juvenile, like a teen,
That-
like a spoiled
that
brat,
is
and
the
so did
mo-
Dr. Curry.
That's the moment where I think Camille should have pressed a little
Me
bit
too.
more because the cracks were showing.
Mm-hmm.
She was about to completely lose it and make herself look even more ridiculous than she already looks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought Camille did a very good job with that, but I also think she could have maybe done a little bit more.
Yeah, I do too. Amber's still in the courtroom, by the way. She's leaving now. She's the last person in the courtroom for some reason. She's on her way out the door. Everybody else seems to be gone except for Elaine. All right, so we get an early day today, which is great because I've got laundry I need to get going on. I've got all kinds of stuff I need to do. But before we do that, let's go over some of the comments that are in the stream right now. I'm going to go back. This is going to be a while back, but I flagged a bunch of them that were funny and made me laugh. All right, let's see. There should be a courtroom demonstration. Just whip some vodka bottles around. Back when the doctor was testifying about what kind of injuries could happen. Wouldn't it be great if they did one of those forensic tests where they set up a room with like crash test dummies and just whipped vodka bottles at them all day long to see if they could re-injure a finger. That would be fun.
You're messed up. That would be messed up.
There was an echo going on in the courtroom, and Jennifer said it's because Amber is a stone cold bitch, so the audio is bouncing off her and creating an echo. I thought that was funny and creative.
I watched her testimony, and I thought that there were moments there that that were relatable.
What? Who? Amber's?
Yeah, Amber's. I mean, I think that there were moments there I think that she believes probably 95% of this. I think that in her mind, this is what she believes. And I think that there were times there when she was holding her ground and pushing back. And particularly when she was a little bit, angry, and she was pushing back, and she was speaking quickly, and she was speaking forcefully, that, I've found that could be relatable. I don't believe her.
And here's one of the reasons why I thought it could be relatable, because the jurors have probably experienced the jeering and heard it from the courtroom, from wherever they're being held. That crowd outside is loud. There's probably no way the jury hasn't heard the jeering going on outside when she's out there, which I've told you guys, if you're out there, it's a big mistake. Do not jeer at her. Don't do this to anybody in court. If you don't like somebody, and this is a high profile case, just stay quiet. She'll know. The message will get through that you don't like her, you don't support her when you're not cheering and clapping. But to have those images, to have that audio of her walking through a crowd of jeering people, it's no good. It makes her sympathetic. And her saying, oh, I received death threats and I'm humiliated and all of that, it could play to some sensibility on the jury that, feels sorry for her that she's going through this. Hopefully they realize that she did this to herself, that she has created this around her. But no one should be sending her threatening messages. No one. And I don't really believe that anybody said that about her baby. I think she's making it up, or I think people like Eve Barlow and the people who are supporting her go and make fake accounts and send really horrific things. I think that people do that all the time.
You don't think that people have actually done that? I mean, there's a lot of really
sickos. Yeah.
But
no,
there's trolls and stuff out there really that will say the worst things.
Right. I mean, 4chan, Kiwi Farms. Sure, there's people who have no filters. But do I really believe all I've heard from the fan communities that I've been paying attention to, and not only that, but the LawTube streams and all the chats that are going on from people watching this, I literally have not heard one of those, not in my chat, not anywhere else, of anyone saying anything about that baby other than we're kind of worried about that baby. Like that's all anybody has said that I have seen. And do I believe that there could be trolls going on her pages saying those things? Sure. Do I also think it could be supporters trying to make her look like a victim? Yeah, I do think that as well. This is the age of the hoax, by the way. We are living through the age of the hoax. There are serial campaigns that go on, that are fake campaigns on social media to gin up outrage over lots of things. There are people creating, in my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo, which you can get on Amazon. There's an entire chapter, actually there might be 2 or 3 chapters, about hoaxes perpetrated by people who said they were victims of, women who said they were victims of crimes. And then the evidence came out that they hoaxed it, that they set it up themselves, including Mattress Girl. Remember her? There's a whole article on her. She was a girl at one of the colleges who said she was raped, and turned out that, and she carried a mattress around for like an entire 6 months or something as like a social thing, experiment or whatever, performance art. And it turned out that the whole thing was a hoax. There's another one in there about a professor from UNCW who hoaxed everyone into thinking she was being terrorized by a fellow professor, Mike Adams, my friend, who later committed suicide due to a lot of this stuff. She hoaxed people and told them that he was putting poison in her office, that he was trying to poison her. Poison gas, she said. It was an incredibly ridiculous hoax, but that's what she said. And actually he lost his life as a due to the kind of harassment that he received at UNCW Wilmington. Look it up. It's a horrific story. I wrote an article about Mike Adams when we lost him. he was involved in lawsuit after lawsuit to stop the false allegations, to stop what was happening to him, and the professional consequences he's suffered. And he won his case. And after winning the case, he actually took his own life because the stress of it, I think, was too much for him. The stress had just destroyed him. He had been in litigation for over 7 years. And then the money that he had lost that was now promised to him wasn't going to be paid out for like many, many years. And who knows what kind of financial difficulties he was in. So there are some and when I wrote the book, he was still alive. So it's not even updated to what happened in that story. And it breaks my heart to even think about it. This brings me back to
that
what...
stress.
Yeah, go ahead.
That stress is real. I mean, I've been locked in litigation for almost 6 years now, with my ex-wife and her unethical attorney and all of the crazy crap that I have to deal with. Yeah, my hair's now, salt and pepper. It was brown before. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, it's really real.
It's real. So false allegations can be really horrific.
But I really thought that, again, I think that, what we're really looking at here is we're looking at the manifestation of her mental health issues as, the fact that she really, really believes these things, and, to the extent that she's playing to a cultural narrative that, of, women as victims of hidden domestic violence. And, now she's the strong she's the strong survivor standing up. She's trying to really play that narrative. And I thought that there were at least moments on the stand today that she tapped into that cultural narrative. And I don't believe a word of it, but, I'm concerned
but she's selling it. She's selling it.
Yeah.
Sean, Diane wants to know, I thought the judge instructed everyone not to go on social media. Doesn't that include her? I know you'll be able to answer this.
You mean Amber?
Yeah, she means Amber.
No, Amber can go on social media. Particularly now, she absolutely can go on social media. I don't think she could go on social media beforehand. But yeah, she absolutely can now. I mean,
I think it was
been rested.
Wasn't it when she was on the stand as a witness during those particular days, you're not supposed to go on social media, but when you're
not supposed to do anything. You're not supposed to confer with your attorneys, even though she probably did.
She probably did. But no, in the last few days, since the defense rested, she was free to go on social media as much as possible. But you do also have to, if the mob ever comes after you, which the mob has come after me before, the best thing to do is shut down your social media, to get off social media and not to look at it, and block as many of the trolls as you possibly can and wait for the storm to pass. It will pass and you can come back when it does. And the idea that somehow the world has to, Johnny has to be held responsible for the world's reaction to what we've seen in this trial and to what, random people on social media are saying is insane. None of that should even be allowed as testimony. What has happened since the trial started. How is that relevant to anything? That kind of really bothered me. I think I would have been objecting like crazy. Like, this isn't relevant to this trial. What she says she's suffering, she's saying she's suffered since the trial began. That we're not litigating what happened since the trial began.
Yeah, she could always, like anything, because there was the case with the son, she could always argue that she started getting, that she's talking about social media before the case. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's nothing that anyone's going to catch her on or, punish her for or anything. So
I did not think that her, I really don't think that her cross went very well for her. And I didn't think her direct went very well for her either, because again, it just, after what we've heard from Dr. Curry about over exaggeration and how she scored on the malingering and the feigning tests, where she will go 98% above anyone else in the exaggeration levels. That's exactly what we're seeing from her. We literally watch her exaggerate what she says is a bloody scalp, and then she shows us this picture on the far left. If that's not extreme exaggeration, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
If I had been her attorneys, I would not have put her back on the stand.
No way.
No way.
I thought putting Johnny back on the stand after watching it again, I think that was overall a mistake, probably.
I thought
this was way more of a mistake.
It was a risk. I'm not sure I'm with you on the mistake on putting Johnny there as a mistake, although I didn't watch it back again, so maybe if I had, I would feel that way. I didn't feel that way after it was done. I kind of felt that way when it started. I was like, "Oh, I don't know about this. It's risky. And they didn't really get new information or anything that we hadn't already heard. Um, so yeah, I probably wouldn't have done that either. I don't know what they were looking for there, but they didn't get like their big crescendo moment. But for me, I thought that Amber Heard's crescendo moment kind of happened and it wasn't good for her.
No. And the reason why I say I don't think that Camille should have pushed really much harder than she did, is because you never know. If Camille, I mean, everyone in there is looking at the jury. The lawyers of Johnny's team are looking at the jury more than the lawyers on Twitter are looking at the jury because they
Right.
care the most. And if they think that anyone's on the fence, coming across as someone who's just defending your client, but you don't really, you're not thinking about it, you're just being angry at the defendant, I think that it could be bad. So I think that's why she didn't push as far as she could have, because she could have definitely gone further.
Yeah. Oh, she absolutely could have. I mean,
Right.
I
I
guess
remember.
she's
Yeah,
weighing it.
Camille's dancing on a landmine, and then that landmine is labeled, the social narrative that, if you're victim blaming, right, then, that's a bad thing. And to the extent that people want to see Amber as a victim, then, if she hammers her too hard.
I can't believe anyone sees her as a victim. I can't.
I can't either, but we know they exist. At least
But remember, the
couple.
only people that matter in that courtroom are the jury.
That's
right?
true.
So
Right.
and we have no idea what they're actually thinking. And, and if there are people on that jury, who are buying into Amber's storyline, and remember, they're not seeing all of the stuff that's also going on all in the rest of the world, presuming they're following the instructions.
Sure.
Right. We have no idea whether they're buying into what Amber has sold or not. We just don't know. Right.
Yeah. And if they are thinking that Camille is wrong about this,
right,
then she looks really bad. If that's what's
Right.
in your brain.
Right. And to a certain extent, they're willing to understand that Camille has a job to do, that she's a hired gun, she's an advocate, but there's a line on that. And if they honestly perceive Amber as a victim and Camille is re-victimizing her, then, that's
In air
bad for
quotes,
Johnny.
in sarcastic quotes. I know it's hard
Yeah.
to even say. It's like, oh God. I feel really good about it though, to tell
There's
you the
one thing I
truth.
kind of wanted to talk about. I don't think there's one thing I kind of want to talk about. I don't think we've talked about hardly at all, which is, what the behavior of actual victims of domestic violence actually do.
Yeah,
They don't
we have talked about
typically
it.
act the way
We
Amber
have talked about
has
it
been.
actually quite a bit in the chat, because we have a lot of people here who have been victims of domestic violence, and they've been talking, they've been sharing their own experience, and we've actually had a lot of them say, "No, this is why it rings so false, because this is not how victims behave. This isn't the way I know, I was abused or someone I know was abused, and this is just not it." And it comes off as very false. The behavior panel that I've been watching, who looks at her, and they're not just body language experts, they also they help investigators with interrogation techniques. They are all saying there's a reason why, to the average normal person who doesn't have experience like we do, there's a reason why you feel this is false. It is a case where you do not even need body language experts to tell you what you are seeing. It's so disjointed from what's on her face to what's coming out of her mouth to what's in her pictures. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Now, we gave Gadfly an assignment while Camille was crossing Amber Heard. I wanted him to make a meme of I needed another finish her meme from Mortal Kombat with Katana as Camille, and it's here. It's here. I like the bees. The bees are funny. Did you tweet that one out too?
I did.
Oh, I have to retweet it. Okay, I have to find it.
But again, if someone's looking at all this, if someone's looking at my Twitter thinking that Amber is a victim and
I
they're seeing this,
know.
that
Well,
I'm a
it's too
demon.
late.
You know what I
It's
mean?
too late now. It's
Oh, yeah,
too late now.
obviously.
Come on, I was laughing in the middle of her crying. So,
Oh, me too. It's
so
ridiculous.
but at this point, I'm not. I have no apologies to make because I'm sorry.
Crying.
Right. I did look for the tears again. I looked for the wetness on the face. Did not see any. I just don't think a reasonable person listened to everything we heard and came away going, oh, that poor victim of violence. I mean, I think most people who are reasonable
Right.
went, Johnny has been abused here. DJ Southpaw, thanks for the super chat. He said, just got your isn't happy hour any hour pint glass, and I'm going to need another one after this is all over. Thanks again for the stream. You're welcome. And don't forget to check out the merch. It's pinned to the top of the YouTube comments and also on Facebook. I'll drop another link in the chat, but the merch is fun and it helps to support the show. We have Objection Hearsay merch, all kinds of it. We have Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour, mega pints and t-shirts, stickers, beer glasses. You can get them all in the merch store. And I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. So clickety click, get over there. Hey, by the way, my article that I asked everyone to go click on, well, it is trending number 2 on pjmedia.com right now. Should we see if we can get it to number 1? Because that would really make my day. So if we can go clickety click on my PJ Media article that is called Amber Heard's Terrible, Awful, No Good Day in Court Yesterday or something like that. I'll drop it in the comments for you. Clickety click, clickety click. That one's a fun one. You will like it. I went through every single testimony yesterday that I thought was really bad for her and more lies that we saw on the stand today. And for tomorrow's article, or maybe later today, since we have an early day and I get to log off early, I can do a more lies that we heard on the stand today. Frankly, I thought the picture thing was very damaging to her. I really did. The picture, her team, her legal team went ahead and submitted evidence with the same picture for 2 different days. That suggests to me that Amber gave them those pictures while she was sitting with them in conference saying, okay, this happened on December 15th or whatever. Here's this. And then maybe 2 days later, they're conferencing again. And she's like, and here's the picture for May, whatever. And it's the same one. And they didn't notice. And they go ahead and they submit it for evidence. And now she wants to claim, well, I don't know when any of this was taken. I don't know. Well,
Yeah, you would think that she would recognize that photo. I mean, it had Defendants Exhibit Bates number right on it.
Yeah,
So-
I
They
know.
brought it up and have talked about it multiple times.
Multiple times.
You guys know what that is, right? A Bates number.
A
Remember
Bates-
that sticker that was on it? That
That's
was on
the
the
number,
photo?
the evidence number that it was submitted in
That's
in
the
Senate.
evidence. That's
Yeah.
the evidence number. It's called a Bates number. It's named after that machine that would sequentially number things. It was invented in the 1800s. So the fact that it had a little
cool.
sticker on
That's
it.
good
meaning-
info.
Yeah, I'll send you an eBay link of an antique one.
Cool.
The fact that it had the little sticker on it means that it was shown to her in a deposition, and it was an exhibit in the deposition, and she was asked questions about it, and then it winds up coming up back here
Yeah, and
into the trial.
she knew everything there was to know about that picture back during her deposition, and now it's I can't remember. It was 6 years ago. Well, let's refresh your testimony, because what was your testimony? She's the only one in this trial whose testimony got called back up multiple times. Did Johnny's ever get called back up? No. The defense never brought his transcript and made him read it and say, no, you said this back then. His story never changed. You don't think the jury will notice that? I think they will notice it.
I think they will too. Again,
yeah.
I'm hoping. I've been pleasantly surprised by juries before, and I'm hoping this will be the case as well. Not surprised, but I'm happy with their outcome, and I guess proud of them in a way. I just don't know. I always worry because they're looking for a unanimous vote, and I worry that if there's one person that's just like, I believe her. I mean, I don't know.
I know, because they have to have that unanimous thing. Look at the response to your
Flawless victory.
It won't blow up. It won't. It got frozen somehow. But that's funny. I was looking at Twitter just now because I wanted to see like what's trending. 23,000 tweets for Johnny Depp is innocent. 45,000 for I believe Johnny Depp. Amber Heard is not trending right now. So, it's Yeah, this is a good point. It's a simple yes or no question, Mr. Depp. However, Amber was fine to speak in riddles throughout her whole cross-examination.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's crazy that Amber didn't, with all the photos and everything, that she didn't say, like, especially the ones of her face, being like, yeah, I changed the saturation so you could see the bruises on my face because they had faded or something like that. You know what I mean? Like something that makes sense
do you
that a
guys see
victim would
this?
Do
Do you guys see this
I saw
meme?
that one.
Everyone said her hair looked like an S yesterday, and this is really the perfect meme for it. You know, yeah, here's her claiming she was not smirking or laughing in court yesterday. Now, please. And she and Elaine were gabbing together and laughing
I know.
during his testimony of her hitting him. So this idea that she was not smirking or smiling in court. Oh, here it is again.
Yeah.
She literally did this. And it was
You
while he was testifying. It wasn't like during a break.
If you can find the video of her like laughing with Rottenborn and Elaine, and then immediately going back to sour face because she realized she was laughing. That
Oh,
is
that
my
was one
favorite.
from like way early in the trial. The one.
No. Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Maybe I should search for it. Okay, let's hear what this one is.
Speaking to that phenomenon. I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon.
That's
How
why
many
I wrote
people
the
will come out
op-ed.
and
That's why I wrote the op-ed. Isn't that what this is all about? So she just admitted the op-ed was about him.
Yeah.
Game over, to show people about powerful man. So she was talking about him, wasn't she?
But
she
she
just
says
said she
not
did.
in total doesn't count.
I mean,
Talking
she
about
did.
different
She
powerful
just
man.
admitted it. It was about him.
That's
That's
just-
why
yeah.
I wrote the op-ed. Boy, she just doesn't know when to stop talking.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I am not sat in this courtroom
Right,
smiling
which is-
and laughing. Look at her.
I hope the jury saw that.
Right.
I hope they did.
I mean, it's almost comical, and I feel very gaslit because this whole trial has been an exercise in gaslighting. The gaslighting is off the charts. It has been off the charts from the beginning, and I need to go over and see what Rekida's doing and what he's saying. Let's see. I heard he had a lot of trouble with his live stream today.
Amber's going after.
Yeah, mine crashed.
It did? Oh, yeah, you got kicked out. So Rekeda says, cold bitch on cross, immediately quavering on redirect. Her emotions are digital. Yeah, I mean, everybody in the chat noticed that too. Like so she's crying on the redirect, but she's completely cold and calculating on the direct. Camille Vasquez has gotten Amber Heard to basically say, everyone else is lying. This is brilliant. Everyone just wants to hitch themselves to Johnny Depp's star, the star that has been defunct for 4 years.
Right. Yeah. Your argument is he's not popular anymore, and that's why he was losing roles. And also, everyone loves him, and he's super popular.
Right.
Good luck with that.
Rekeda says,
I think that. I mean, I think what Johnny's actually tapping into is that there are millions and millions of predominantly men who have been victimized this way.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's really not about fans of his movies at this point. Really.
Again,
it's not.
I'm not really one.
It's not me either. I mean, I've liked a few. Like I said, Pirates and like Don Juan DeMarco are probably the only two Johnny Depp movies that I've really enjoyed. The rest of them I think are unremarkable. And you know how I feel about Tim Burton. I just don't enjoy his stuff, so I don't watch any of them. And he's been in like so many of them. And I really don't like Hunter S. Thompson, so I have never watched any of those because I find them. I just find him hard. Like I don't want to watch that.
You didn't like Scissorhands or Alice or
No, I don't like Tim Burton. I don't like the way he does his films, and so they upset me because they're too dark for one, and I have bad eyes and I can't see them very well. And Alice, I thought was too weird. I couldn't take Alice. It was just
I
too
don't like
weird.
Alice in
And I
Wonderland.
never
love the
liked.
cartoon.
I never liked the cartoon either.
I love the cartoon.
I liked the book. I like the book. The book is really good, but I wasn't a fan of the Disney version, and I'm not a fan of his version either. I like the original Willy Wonka. I didn't like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with him in it. He played it too weird for me. I didn't like it. So I'm not a Depp fan as far as his movies go, but I am a fan when it comes to him getting his story out there and telling the world that men can be victims of abuse as well. Ricada says, holy shit, Camille just pointed out that Amber used 2 different versions of the same picture to testify about 2 different incidents. This is brutal. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I like the weird films, but
Well,
yeah.
everybody has, everybody is entitled to like this, to like his movies or not. But I
Yeah.
just don't think that I don't think this is about Depp fans, and that's
No,
their
it's
whole
not.
defense.
No, it's not.
Their whole defense is, well, you're just a fan of the Johnny Depp show. And
No,
that's,
it's about the pendulum having swung so far one
Yeah.
way that this sociological cultural narrative that only women can be victims of domestic violence, that all men are abusers, that every single time that a woman says I'm a victim, everyone has to go, oh, Gigi, we're so sorry that you're a victim. We're going to believe every word that comes out of your mouth, and we're not going to ask for any evidence at all. Right. And then we're just going to pillory, the guy that you claim did these things to you. It's about the pendulum being all the way over there.
Yeah.
Right. That's what it's really about.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's the pendulum really did go way too far, and that makes people hit back hard. When the pendulum starts to swing back the other way, what happens is there's an overcorrection. And unfortunately for Amber, she's going to get caught in that overcorrection, and that's why you see everyone is so angry with her right now. And she just needs to go away. That's all. She needs to go away.
Well, the people who are angry with her are people who are profiting from it, because this is a $60 to $70 billion a year industry.
Yeah.
Right. And there's enormous numbers of people who make money off of someone walking into family court and saying, I'm a hidden victim of domestic violence. It's not just the lawyers, it's the shrinks who do the evals, it's the guardians ad litem who supposedly, prepare reports for the courts about what's in the best interest of the kid. Right. It's all of the, satellite, circle of quasi, unethical professionals that are all out there making money off
look
$60 to $70 billion a year.
Look how we got an inside look into that world. How wonderful for those of us who have been saying for so long, this is a joke. These expert testimony, these expert witnesses can be lying. They're making shit up. And we got to see it live happening on the screen. What kind of people that some bad person that your ex-husband can hire or your ex-wife can hire to come and slander you in court and take your kids away from you. Biased, terrible expert witnesses. If you have the money, you can pay for them, and you can get anybody to say anything you want by paying them thousands of dollars. And we all got an up close look at it. It's time to do something about these expert witness testimonies used in divorce court, used in family court. It's time to stop this. It's time.
Yeah, it's family court's corrupt. I mean, it's just corrupt. There's a reason why they call it the liar's court for a reason.
Yeah, and this really wasn't an inside look into family court, because it was very similar to what would have happened if this were a divorce or custody case. This is the same kind of crap that you put into evidence in those cases that, destroy someone's life, take their child away from them, using kids as a weapon, etc. We just didn't have any children involved in this trial. Thank God, because that would have been really awful.
Right, but basically what happened here is we got the bullshit that happens in family court got pushed into a tort case and in front of a jury. And the interesting thing about that is that most people have no idea that in family court, hearsay is admissible. So a domestic violence restraining order. Hearsay can be considered when they're issuing a domestic violence restraining order. All of those objection hearsay that we saw, in the tort case, completely inadmissible. So, what we're actually seeing here is we're seeing sort of a microcosm of what happens every day inside a family court, pushed into a court that actually has standards of evidence, right? That actually pays attention to these things, right? And now we're getting a different view of it.
Yeah, and it's a great view because we're starting to see, my research into family court has shown so much corruption, so much unfairness, so much injustice. It's really great to have this on display, and I'm really hoping the jury is going to come back with a favorable decision for Johnny. Now, could they, theoretically speaking, could the jury go to deliberate on Friday and come back on Friday?
Yeah.
I think they might.
Why not?
Yeah, they could deliberate for 5
I
seconds.
guess it all depends upon, how big that stack of jury instructions is.
Oh, that's true.
Right?
They
You know,
have to
I
go
mean,
through
if
that.
the stack is really, really huge and it's like, first they got to go through the elements of defamation, right?
Yeah.
Did Johnny prove, these elements of defamation, right? And, and they got to answer, let's go on your theory that they're going to return a verdict for Johnny. And then they got to answer yes, 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 and yes. And then they've got to get to some of the other, consequential things that they must decide too. They're going to have to decide damages as well. So then they'd have to go through the damages argument. So, I mean,
Right. It's
all
not
depends
happening
upon
on
how
Friday.
long
They're going to have so many jury instructions. I forgot about that. It's not. So
Right.
earliest they'll come back on is Tuesday, because she said no court on Monday, right? Isn't that what I heard?
No court on Monday.
Okay, so court on Tuesday, possibly. I mean, we won't actually be in there unless they have unless the jury has a verdict, right? They'll announce it when it happens, because we're not just going to have a live camera sitting in the courthouse, are we?
I don't know.
I guess they could.
For these channels and stuff, yes,
Maybe.
they will absolutely have
You
one.
think they will? Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
they will, because they're getting so much. Hey, look at this. Thank you, fans. You guys are getting me the video.
Reliving these horrible pictures.
Look at
Something,
this.
look
Here
at
she is.
Elaine. She's terrified with this. Amber Heard too. She's like, we're gonna pull a good one today. Boy, she. Oh God, I really hope. Oh God, I really hope. That
Yeah,
they-
I just sent you this clip on Twitter also.
The
She
laughing.
is
And
so
this was
nasty
during
sitting with
Johnny's
that.
testimony.
Yeah, look at
Look
this.
at this.
Oh, she's always grinning.
Oh, wow, that was a quick shift.
Grinning.
Did you see that shift?
She's always grinning.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bad.
She's always grinning.
Right back to
Thought
serious
she was
face.
suffering PTSD, reliving these horrible pictures.
Wow. I mean, but she just testified to the jury that I was not snickering in court. I was not
know.
laughing in court. Now, Johnny never said that. He was laughing in court a few times, but he didn't get up on the stand and say, I was not sitting in this courtroom laughing. What?
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I feel so gaslit by this woman, because she literally does things in front of us. And then she gets up on her oath and says, I did not do that thing that I just did 5 minutes ago. I
know,
did not.
It's wild. She literally, I tweeted out the quote because I thought it was so amazing. But whenever Camille said, I have to find it, but she said, Amber Heard said, if I wanted to leak things, I could have done it much better. And then Camille said, you testified earlier. You don't know how to leak things, correct?
how could you do it
and Amber Heard
better?
said, that's correct.
Yeah. So if you don't know how would you know how to do it better than TMZ? And really seriously, let's sit here and think, where would be better for celebrity news to leak than TMZ?
Nowhere.
Can you name one place? Not even People has the reach of TMZ.
Right. But did you hear the conviction in Amber's voice when she was saying those things? When she says, I wasn't laughing and smiling in this courtroom, right? If I wanted to leak something, I could do it better than that. That conviction really reveals what's going on inside of her psychology. She believes that stuff, right? That's how deep her mental health issue is. Right? She can literally look at a photograph or a video of herself smiling and smirking and then turn around and say, I wasn't smiling and smirking. And when you show the fact to her and you say, this is a photograph of you smiling and smirking, she's saying, yeah, but that's not what it means.
Yeah, that's what she said. She did say that. She said that about the video today.
That's not what it means. Look, you guys, look, DJ Southpaw just sent me this on Twitter. Dr. Hughes attempts to cook dinner. She put the cookies on top of the pizza because she doesn't read instructions. It's so memeable. It's so perfect. You guys always, you pull through. When I ask for memes, you pull through. This is so good. I have to tweet this out. But you're right, Sean, that must drive a person crazy. And that's what Johnny's been dealing with all these years. I mean, we think we're being driven crazy by Amber. Imagine how crazy he was being driven by this behavior, where he literally would be like, well, wait, no, you just did that thing. And she's like, I did not. And he's like, well, here's the recording of you saying it. And she's like, that's not what I meant.
I know, that's what I lived. That's what I lived. I lived that for years. I know.
You know,
Johnny,
we are all getting PTSD from this trial. I need therapy after this. I need an actual shrink to talk to about why reality is now bending for me because of this trial. It's like I'm in those weird movies that come out of China where reality keeps shifting and there's like different things going on that can't actually happen in the whole movie. You feel like you're high on something. That's how this trial feels.
Yeah.
Like Houseu?
Because Camille has her by the short and curlies.
or you know that mirror world? You know the mirror world that Doctor Strange goes into? Is it Doctor Strange, the guy, the Marvel guy? He's the wizard, and like, you know, he throws people into that mirror world, and like everything is upside down and like sideways, and you don't know where you are, and it's just a complete mind fuck. That's what this is. Yeah. And I feel like I've been living in Johnny's shoes for the last 6 weeks, and my head is already like it's a mess in there. It's a mess, and it's all because of her.
I hit you, Joni. I didn't punch you. What?
Yeah, I didn't punch you. I hit you.
I hit you. I didn't punch you. Right? I wasn't laughing and smiling here in the courtroom.
You know what we need? Do you know what we need?
No, we don't need it.
We need a palate cleanser. We need, and come on, Gadfly. The chat has been
Objection
here all
hearsay.
day.
Objection hearsay.
No,
Objection hearsay.
That's the jazz version.
Objection. Want me to do the white man overbite?
The chat just deserves a dance break after all that gaslighting that we went through. Gadfly.
Dance with me, Gadfly.
Gadfly puts his music on iTunes and Spotify and YouTube, and we're gonna jam out to my favorite song, Camille, right now, because she deserves it, because she's a rock star and she just killed that cross-examination. Hats off to Camille. She deserves this. The chat demands it, Gadfly.
I fell in love last night. I saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in the sides that was spewing lies. But don't look in the sides. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran out, so did all the friends, and right now you're lying on the stand, legend not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting trapped by all the deposition. It's boring you if you wanna be alright. But think of it, what a crazy life. Can't make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. Korea, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Korea, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Korea, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you.
That's my favorite song in the whole world. I could listen to it every single day, and I do. I downloaded it on my iTunes. I have it in the blasting in the car. My kids are singing along with me. I know every word now. I'm very proud of myself. I've learned the whole thing. That song is epic, and it does help. You know what, Gadfly? You've really actually given us some therapy for this trial. That makes me feel instantly happier, because it acknowledges the fact we all feel the same way. We are feeling gaslit. Hey, how many hits are on that right now? I didn't even check. I need to look. I want to see where that's at. I'm going to see where that's at, because if it's not, I'm going to drop the link in the chat too, because you guys need clickety click. Hold on. Let's see. Where are you at? Your objection hearsay is like way over 1 million now, right?
Yeah.
1.7 million on objection hearsay, 57,000 only on Camille. Oh no, Camille, honey, she deserves better than that. She deserves way better than that. We're gonna do better than that. I'm dropping that link. You guys are gonna go clickety click, and you're gonna put it in your favorites, and you're gonna click on it every night, because that's fun. Because who doesn't want to dance around to this song? I know I do, and I do it all the time. This is a great song. I think it's your best ever. And I am going to send you clean audio of me laughing, and I expect for you to put something together with that, because it'll be hilarious. That was a good idea by the chat, so I'll do that.
They're talking about something in court right now, by the way.
Oh, it's probably
that she's going over exhibits.
Oh, gotcha.
No one cares about exhibits.
All I heard was Instagram post.
Right. I mean, I would care, but no one else would, But then again, I'm a pencil-headed lawyer.
A pencil-headed lawyer. That's so funny. Okay, Soupy wants to know, did I post it to Camille's social media? Lawyers usually don't have social media. I did not find one for her, but I did find her email, and I sent it to her. Most lawyers avoid, so I would bet Camille does not have social media. No way. Or if she did, she got rid of it before this trial started.
Yeah.
Or it's really low key. I mean, I've got like Facebook and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, but like you're not out there with like a Twitter presence and having like, she right now would have 7 million, 8 million followers if she had a Twitter account, which that cannot happen for an attorney. She has to, unless you're somebody like Gloria Allred. I mean, so I guess she could, but it's it's unusual. Kathleen Zellner has an account on Twitter that's really big.
It would actually be a really good idea for her to do that. I mean, it's a really great way for her to market herself.
Probably. I mean, she is a lawyer, so she won't be done with it. Kathleen Zellner has one, and like Kathleen, but she's very comfortable on camera. Kathleen is. She's very comfortable doing, being in documentaries and stuff, and being in front of the camera. Who knows? Maybe Camille will start a social media. That would be great. I would love to follow her. I would like to follow her career, because girl needs a whole movie made just about her. She's truly fantastic. Hey, Jen at Real Housewives Recaps, by the way, her merch, you got to see this. This is so great. I'm going to share this because Jen deserves it. She has a great, if you're not following Real Housewives Recaps and you like entertainment news and recaps of like popular shows, and she's covering this trial as well, but her merch, which they allowed her to put on her YouTube and not mine. I'm not allowed to have mine, but she can, which I'm glad for her, because it sucks when you're not allowed to do that. Where the heck did it go? So I'm going to share this, see if we can find it. Where's her store? Here it is. All right. So her merch says, "In a world of ambers, be a Camille." How great is that? I love that merch so much. Here, I'm going to share it with you so you can see it. "In a world full of ambers, be a Camille." This is on Real Housewives Recaps website or YouTube page. And she's got a sticker that says, "I do not recall." And "in a world of ambers, be a Camille." My daughter, I was talking to my daughter last night. She's 12. And So head over to Real Housewives Recaps and subscribe over there because we love her. Jen's great. And I was talking to my 12-year-old and she's watching this trial. She loves it. She's hanging on every word that's going on because she has wanted to be a lawyer since she was about 10 years old. And it looks like it's sticking around with her because she's now 12 and she still is like, she's like watching court cases. She's like, I'm getting my legalese down, Mom. The other day she used the phrase prior testimony with me. And I was like, where did you hear that? Where did you? And she's only 12 and she's determined she wants to go to Harvard Law School. And I've told her, I cannot pay for that. So you're going to have to get a scholarship, but she's well on her way because she's already a straight A student.
She doesn't need to go to Harvard Law School.
I know. I told her she doesn't. I've told her I
Here's
don't want her
a
to
little
go to,
secret.
but she's obsessed with Harvard. I don't know why.
Well, here's what I tell people. I tell people, if you want to be White House Chief of Staff, or you want, to have one of those really rare, weird jobs that going to, one of the 20 schools that thinks they're in the top 10, right? That door can open for you and you can spend that money, then do it. But for the rest of you, go to law school, sit in the front row, right? Go to the cheapest law school you can afford and learn the law and become a lawyer.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And we will talk her out of Harvard at some point.
Megan, I'm telling you right now, I know that you don't want to go back to the trial,
Wait,
but
do we
right
need to?
now, Amber Heard's team is arguing
Okay.
about Adam
right.
Waldman and the op-ed.
Oh, all right. Going back. Hold on. Law and crime. They're arguing on camera right now? Oh, all right.
I heard part of it and I was like, I feel like people, but honestly, people would care if they were looking at still photos
Very
of
reasonable
Rodman
and
Warren's
entitled
face
to the
about this
privilege
case because
is
everyone
appropriate.
cares.
And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Roddenborn noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't, what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is any evidence. And I don't think it's my role to weigh that evidence as far as how long it was made afterwards.
I think it is, Your Honor. I mean, it can't be the case that anytime there's an alleged death, this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case, this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case who said, well, all I said, I was responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence that of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence, at least, that so it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
And that's
You have to make them, I have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of Ms. Heard. Some evidence.
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
Not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence? But the statements fairly arose in response to Ms. Heard's accusation. Did anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Walden's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
That he was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's...
Well, what Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it as a separate case, their claim and then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Okay.
So the standalone case doesn't, your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he couldn't have made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground because plus, Your Honor, a couple points. To your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two, the defense doesn't apply. This is under the Haycox case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. So if the malice inquiry incorporates this. This is the, 200 Virginia 212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case. And that says, statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they are false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this. In addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something now.
And when I say, just looking at your case, you're claiming these alleged defamation. The three we have allegations. Well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
But then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 when she made her and 2018 she has the op-ed that have a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks, and then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit, that somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
Counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
Acting in defense against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense, that are in evidence?
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and it was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements. Right.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
against Ms. Heard's accusations. It is correct.
That would be crazy, Your Honor, if they get a jury instruction because he was responding.
I understand that.
The number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case. You have the op-ed, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed, you have the People magazine article, you have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article, you have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't
If the jury finds actual malice,
then it's not protected
that may
speech.
obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the only way
jury
they can find in this case is if there is actual malice. This goes back to their defense, slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And it's unique to this case, I understand that. But so if they find actual malice and defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes,
So-
correct. The same with this, that's why we're
right.
not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense,
Right.
because there's no basis for it.
I mean, if the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot,
Which I agree. I think what's what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay, so do you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
if you don't mind denying, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. I'll deny. That's instruction 28 and 29. Okay, put that in the deny stack. All right, next one I have is the republication.
So they are going through them publicly. though.
One. Okay. So I see both of them dueling paragraphs for the republication. Yes, sir. And I understand last time we spoke that you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the 3 sentences as yours for republication. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
That didn't, well,
I
you
think
must
it's
find
the
that she read, or you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth, I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right.
And they just want the 1 sentence at the bottom.
Okay, that's correct.
And Your Honor, we talk about not going backwards. We went
No,
over
I
this on Friday. Your Honor said that on page 92 of the transcript, I don't have a problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding the language. And
Right.
that language was on page 89. You said, but you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence that starts with merely linking.
Right.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication. So now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except in the first sentence. And that's different from Your Honor's ruling on Friday and also doesn't fully capture.
No, it
the
doesn't
republication
capture the whole
doctrine.
legal argument.
And if I may just make our argument for the record here, Your
I
Honor.
what you did on Friday, but if you want to do it again, that's fine.
Okay, just very.
Just letting you know, if you don't care about this, let me know and we'll take it down. And but if you do care about it, we'll keep going.
Very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is what we
and that's there.
what we propose. Right, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that. Lakova is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a new audience. It's the same party tweeting to the same audience, so there's no republication. And that's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that, Ms. Heard's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And so
But if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion strike under advisement, once I got it, there was more content to it. And that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. What I think would also add to it, though, is after you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes republication. And let's see, I would say then you must determine whether any added content republished the op-ed to a new audience. I could say it that way. Or I could say, but adding content to a linked article
All right,
may
I'm gonna keep
constitute
this going,
republication. You must determine
but
whether
I'm
any
gonna
added
do some
content was
laundry.
intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if
Do you have
that's
any-
the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm
Okay.
slow on
Repeat it
the.
one more time.
Yeah, that,
Sure, okay. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can incorporate it into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
I think we would prefer just to say just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had. This is
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last two sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is a requirement for republication. I mean, we've found a number of cases that when somebody repeats a defamatory statement, that they're as liable as the original defamer.
We're not going back. We're not going backwards. So either it's his language or my language. What do you want?
I prefer the court's language.
All right, I'm going to put my court's language. Okay.
Do you want us to do the revisions? Because if you do, we may have to just get one more time from you.
Okay.
We're happy to, or
Sammy, can you do it? You gave him to
We did.
Word format?
we did.
All right, can you do that? Here.
The only other thing I would notice, I think the word retransmitted in the second line is misspelled.
In the second line? Okay. All right, we'll take care of that. But adding content, just do it. Adding content, yeah. It's like
I think this is looking good for Judge Penny, especially. I think she seems very unbiased and.
Okay. All right, and we'll clean it up and just take out the box. Okay, we'll get that done.
If that matters to her.
All right, takes care of that
The
one. Next
public perception of her
one.
is great
I'm
overall.
sure that
It's
matters
I think
to her.
instruction FF. Defamatory
She's
meaning,
on.
consider the publication as a whole. We have dueling answers here. I know the defendant just has op-ed in it. The plaintiff just has it as plain, which, I mean, it does say that it means you may not seize any word, phrase, or image. So it would appear that, so it could apply to both of them in that context.
The problem, Your Honor, is that we believe that because the counterclaim statements that the jury will be presented with are redacted, so the statements are in isolation, that there's a risk that as they're phrasing it, the jury may read the phrase, you must read the statements in context as a whole, to say, well, we can't do that, so therefore there's no liability. We think because it's impossible to read those statements in the context of the whole piece. And so that's number one. Number two, the op-ed was all Amber statements. So the whole thing was her words. The counterclaim statements were Mr. Waldman's quotes in another article that we don't believe, well, that's not in evidence. So there's no point arguing about that other than you just have these one or two sentences from Mr. Waldman. So we believe that the jury's going to be confused if we give their instruction and say, we cannot read it as a whole. So therefore we can't, follow the jury instruction.
Okay, I can see your point with that. Yes, sir.
I don't think there's anything in there's a lot of instructions here. I don't think there's anything that would indicate they can't find liability if they're not able to take statements in their proper context, in the context of the entire article. Just thought it would be more appropriately phrased to be mutual, as opposed to obviously applying only to one party.
Well, because yours says you must read the statements, which is true, but you also can take the content in the context as a whole, but you can take the context of the op-ed as a whole, which is accurate. What I could do, if you want, I could keep the op-ed up top for their claim, and then for your claim, we can, in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read the statements. I could keep that in there as the second paragraph. That way they can't just pull out, because it's accurate law also, that they just can't pull out the word hoax and say, okay, this whole statement.
Agreed.
Okay?
That's fine. Thank
Is
you.
that okay?
That's fine in concept. I guess I would ask if Your Honor does that to add a clause saying disregarding any redactions on.
Well, it says the statements themselves, statements and statements. In theirs, you must read the statements in context as a whole.
Right. So I think, I mean, could we say in determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements or whatever are false and defamatory, you must read the text of those statements as a whole? Text of those statements in context as a whole or something.
Well, it's kind of, you must read the statement in context as a whole.
You must read, can we say you must read those statements in context?
You must read those.
Because I just don't want
statements in
them to think
context.
that it's impossible for them to.
Any problem with just putting those instead of the?
I don't think we have a problem with
Okay. In determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll add that as a second paragraph. Keep Sammy.
That's a decent
Blah,
instruction,
you
I
did
think.
miss. Oh yeah. Blah, you did miss the whole day, pretty much.
All right, the next one I
It's just jury
have
instructions, but you should go back and watch Camille's cross on Amber.
is the objections and
Just back
assertions
up
of
and go watch
privilege.
that. That was fun.
Which? 32.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Dep 32. It's a new instruction.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
This is
you
the
have
one
the
at the end. This is the new one.
Do you have the objection?
We do. Yeah.
Okay.
The objection, Your Honor, is that the objections made by counsel during the course of trial, we have no problem with something on that. But instructions, what they're trying to do is to direct the jury what inference to draw from Mr. Waldman's instructions not to answer.
Well,
And
the only legal inference they can draw, they can't draw any inferences from that.
exactly, and that's my point. Is
Well,
that
that's what this says. You may not draw any inferences from the fact that objection was made.
Yeah, but saying sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any. So, why do they need to be told this? I mean, I think this risks confusing the jury.
Because to be fair, in the depositions you wanted to keep in all those objections when we usually would take them out, but you wanted to keep them in. So I want to make sure the jury doesn't have any improper inferences
I was wondering
from leaving those objections in. You wanted to leave them in because show that, hey, I asked the questions, they weren't answered, fine. But you can't infer from that, oh, well, they're hiding something then, or it's attorney-client.
Understood. I mean, just like you can't infer when someone takes the fifth in a criminal case. I get that.
Right, which
but
I would give an instruction for.
of course, I know, I understand that, but I think that the jury is entitled to draw their own conclusions and not inferences. They're not entitled to infer anything from that. But I just think that this risks confusing the jury and getting the jury to think, if they stand up in closing and say they haven't presented any evidence that Mr. Waldman was doing this, then that's using this instruction as a sword. If they get up there and say they haven't, do you understand what I'm saying? They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was acting as his attorney. They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was authorized to make the statements. Then they rely on this to hide behind that. And we're not allowed, and I'm not saying that we will, but I'm not going to say you heard him instruct him not to answer, and you should infer that he was acting as his agent. I know I'm not going to say that, but if they're going to argue in closing the converse of that, then that's prejudicial, and makes this inappropriate.
All right, yes, sir, Mr.
Your
Rose.
Honor, this is just an accurate statement of law. They chose to play about 30 minutes of Mr. Waldman being instructed not to answer. Without this instruction, that's prejudicial.
All right.
And it would also be prejudicial if they're allowed in closing to say that we haven't presented evidence of anything about the parameters of Mr. Waldman and Depp's relationship.
That doesn't follow from this instruction. This instruction is simply saying that the jury is not to draw any inferences from the objections and instructions inserted by counsel. They can consider the evidence. They could consider whether evidence was presented or not. The instructions and objections are irrelevant to that question.
No.
All right, I understand your objections, but it is an accurate phrasing of the law. And I want to make sure that the inferences aren't taken against an attorney-client privilege.
Okay. Can you deny it over our objection?
You got it. No, I can grant it over your objection.
Sorry.
Freudian slip.
I meant grants. Yes, sorry. Can we get some direction for the arguments that they're allowed to make on closing on that, Your Honor? Because I don't think that's appropriate for them to point to a lack of evidence when they didn't allow Mr. Waldman to testify.
Pointing out that instructions are not evidence is not to say there's no connection here between these issues, Your Honor.
No, I'm not going to do that. So we're going to do Depp 32. I just need to clean up the top part of it. Okay. All right. Over objection.
Sean, how many instructions are there normally?
All right, then I have instruction JJ.
Who knows?
Which is the model.
I don't know.
Right.
So why would I not give the model?
Depends upon the things that come up in the case.
We believe you should. I think
Not just
I think the only
but it's the things that come up in the case.
looks like the only substantial difference is that they, rather than saying as it's written, it says clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements. It's confusing and misleading to say that if you found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp, that we already have a principal agent instruction.
Right, if they find principal or agent, I mean, that would be the only basis for it.
Well, first of all, Your Honor, if liability is entirely vicarious, which I think is the position of the counterclaim plaintiff in this case, I don't think there's any evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that was wrongful, and that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's the first.
So they're correct, okay? They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive damages instruction.
Well, I disagree with that, and there's no case law that they've cited in here on that, and I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we are, and I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean, I'd be okay with something that said that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made statements with knowledge. I'd be okay with that.
Is that okay?
I think we would maintain our objection on that. On the basis previously asserted, Your Honor, and then what's the other? I'm sorry, could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly, I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there, sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, the principal liability, and we do have case law for that proposition.
I'll overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
The statements
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one. Okay. All right.
No, but I don't know, but that cuts both ways,
That
right?
was it, correct? As
We
far
could say that
as-
Amber believes they're true, they're not.
Perfect. Let's go to the
Perhaps, yeah.
form.
This is all countersuit stuff right now, right? That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like, yeah. Jury instructions for the countersuit.
All right, let me get the verdict. All right, I think with the verdict form, it was just the first page. Am I correct with that?
In the punitive damages.
And the punitive damage, you didn't have a response, right? Do we have?
I think there was a comment in what we got from them that we changed.
Okay. All right, well, in the, right here. Oh, thank you. All right, I think it was in 1A, the statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, and the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard, which I think is.
If you look at the, I think it should track the finding instruction, which is jury instruction C on page 4 of the jury instructions, and that's what the verdict form does.
Okay, let me take a look. And that was C, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the way it's been written tracks the
all
finding
right,
instruction.
tracks the finding instruction.
Yeah, we don't have a strong objection here, Your Honor.
Okay.
I thought it was maybe cumulative, but
It does match the finding instruction, which would be clear to the jury, so we'll keep that in.
that's fine.
And then the punitive,
And so that
So
would
on the
carry
last-
through to all of that.
oh, you threw all those?
Yeah, we'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Their proposed language is
All
fine.
right, so the verdict forms as written are the verdict forms good to go, correct?
No, well, are you, I'm sorry, did they withdraw the punitive damages? Okay.
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Your Honor, I think yes, but I do just want to make sure, and I understand we don't go back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the verdict form should state that the defamatory implication was false and not that the statement was false, because under the Pendleton case, that can, a facially true statement can still have a false defamatory implication.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for putting it again. It's fine. All right, so verdict forms are good.
Thanks for repeating yourself and wasting my time.
Yeah, I like Judge Penny. I like that she gives it to both sides too. Just
No, you
like
can print it out.
She's funny, and I like how she's so sweet about it
So,
too. Thank you for telling me.
Which ones are we
again.
missing then? We're missing the jury instructions. You're working on 2 of them, right?
32. I have 32 in that, right?
32 and FF, and you have 1 jury instruction for me, right?
Yes,
All
they're
right.
editing it right now. It's JJ.
Okay, JJ is coming in, and did you do the other one yet, or no?
Yeah, I like when Elaine was
Yeah.
editing the time
Did you
wrong
guys
a couple
do-
weeks ago. And then Judge Penny was like,
Michelle,
you can ask Sam about that.
could you, on Depp 32, could you take off disputed and send that to us too?
Yes.
Thank you. And that would just leave us, we'll get those 2 printed out, and then I'll tell you the order that I'm going to do them. While I'm doing that, I do have the laptop. If both sides would like to look at the jury evidence on these, they're
The
going
jury
to,
is getting evidence.
we'll stay up here at the bench, but all we did was
Hey, Megan,
we
mute this.
put 2 files on here. There's no
Okay,
password
hold
for it.
on.
As soon as
I
you
have
open
to get
up,
back
it
to
doesn't
my
have any
office.
internet, and there's just 2 files. One's plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click on those.
Okay, it's muted.
Yeah. So the published evidence, that's going to be on that laptop.
The stuff we've already seen.
Yeah.
The stuff that was published into the record will be on that laptop for the jury to review, it sounds like along with the instructions. Yeah.
So they're giving the laptop to the jury, which they take into their deliberation room, and they
Right.
can look through all the evidence that they want to on that laptop. Gotcha.
Yeah, and probably also the jury instructions, although it looks like they've got hard copies of the jury instructions as well. So,
But they do not
Yeah.
get copies of depositions and stuff, because that's or transcripts or anything.
if it
'Cause
was
it's too much.
if it was published in the trial and admitted into the record, then I think they will.
Boy, that's a lot of stuff. That's
But-
a lot of stuff to go through.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily. Yeah, that's right. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to put in the entire deposition.
You're saying stuff that was
Right.
clipped
They'll
and
put
put
in-
in as evidence, basically?
Right. It was admitted into evidence. Right.
Okay, that's like when
So
Amber...
so typically when you take a deposition, it'll be who knows, several hours long. It'll be 1,000 pages. And when you use it in trial or in subsequent motion practice, you'll only put in a few pages of it. So then what winds up going into the record is the cover page, the few pages you're using, and the signature pages. So, from 1,000 pages of deposition, there might be 10, 15, 20, whatever was admitted into the record in this trial is accessible to the jury to review in deliberations.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So.
All right.
And I think that they're going to give them the jury instructions too.
Did you hear anything that was interesting to you in this?
Well, the only thing, they were, really hammering on the elements and the defenses. And I mean, we sort of dropped in on that whole conversation about the defenses to defamation. And, I've never tried a defamation case, and I have a certain familiarity with it, but not really in depth. But, one of the things they were really talking about was this republication aspect of it. And that's what you're seeing is that, you've got two defendants and two plaintiffs in the room, and they wear the same hats, right? So, yeah, the jury's got a complex puzzle that's being given to them, and then they had all that conversation about vicarious liability. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what should we do here? Should we turn it back on and listen? I think that the chat has decided they want to hear this for some reason. So,
but it's not. We're good.
I'm going to have to
we'll just
bail
put
out
it back
at some
on.
point.
And then I heard the exhibits 711 A and B. I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711 was
an
wrong.
error?
It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to? The email, did you email Sammy
He's just double checking right now.
Oh, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order. All right. Get that one without dispute on it.
As far as I understand, there are 9 jury members, but they will only choose 7 to make the verdict, and those 7 have to be unanimous.
Right. That's my understanding of it too.
Yeah, it looks like people were wondering in the chat a little bit. So that's what I understand, but I could be wrong. I really do not know.
The jury instructions just make it so much more complicated than it has to be. I wish they didn't have any. I wish they could just go back there and be like, all right, who thinks let's all take a quick vote and see what we think. And I bet if they did that just without talking about anything, it might come back unanimous right now. But I guess you have to go through all the difficulties of defamation because it's so complicated. But complicating this is just, I don't know. It is the way the law works.
When the Sammy printed off on republication, I'm just going to give you a copy so make sure they're right. Okay.
Yes, and you should receive in your email soon FF, JJ, and 32.
Okay. So if you print those out too, Sammy. Let's print those out. So you're sending FF? Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you take the disputed off the top? Thank you.
Hey, if you guys are bored by this, go and click on my article on PJ Media and read it and give me some views over there. Let's see, did we get it trending yet? Let's see. I'm going to check right now. Yes, it is trending #1 on PJ Media with almost 1,000 eyeballs on it right now. I love you. I love you so much. But you know what? I could always use some more. So clickety click. I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. So you can go over there and read it again. If you've already read it once, you can read it twice. And you know what? While you're reading it, you will have more knowledge than you did before, because I have put in there all the evidence from yesterday that shows 5 more times Amber Heard lied. And it's good stuff. It's good information. And you know what? Not only clickety click, but share it too. Share it on social media. Share it on Twitter. Tag me in it on Twitter.
Could you print me out another one of AA? There's a mark on this one. Or at least email that one to Sammy. Something in the paper and it just doesn't look right.
My sound was bad because I'm on mobile. And so I'm on a headset. Sorry.
Yeah, I just looked up Virginia's pattern jury instructions, and I put a link in the chat, and you can actually go and pull them all up there. And like she referred to instruction number 37, which is about defamation per se, and in Virginia they use it for punitive damages.
Pretty?
Yeah, and you can actually just go read them.
Huh? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. This one's. Can you send them to Jamie so she can print them out?
We need updates on Catfly. Is Catfly still throwing up?
Oh no, she's sleeping next to me. She's fine.
Well, that's good to know.
Just hanging out.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a break.
All righty.
I might be back. I may just disappear until tomorrow morning.
Well, that is fine. I'll make sure that you guys get links before tomorrow morning. So just because Jon Del Arroz will be here, because I will not, at least in the morning. I won't be here till probably around 11. But you guys are welcome to pop in whenever you can. So take care.
Yeah, I got 2 motions due tomorrow, and if maybe I can get them done today, and that would be a little bit better for me. So.
All right.
Yeah. I'm upset that the chat's not giving me any love. They give you and Gadfly lots of love, but not me. It kind of sucks.
Hey, where can they find you? Do you have a Twitter that I can put up?
I think I have a Twitter, but I think I've tweeted 3 things, and I was like, yeah, this isn't for me.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm too busy with that.
The chat actually loves you. They were asking where you were earlier this morning when you weren't here.
Really? Oh, that's so sweet. I'm the easiest person in the world to find on Facebook.
Oh, on Facebook. Okay, right.
Yeah.
So you look up Sean Kuhlmeyer, and that's spelled. You spell
Your Honor,
it.
will we?
I get it wrong.
Will we be getting just a paper printout or an electronic copy from the court?
All I have is a paper.
Okay, so we can scan it.
You can scan
Okay,
it
that's fine.
if you want to do electronic, that's fine.
Will these be posted on the?
Not until after I get
Not till after. Okay, wasn't sure. And then they're read before closing.
They're read before closing. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for your insight. Thanks for repping the cyclists. Those assholes who won't stay off the road. I guess somebody has to. I live on a state road, and let me tell you something. The assholes on the cycles, on the bikes, drive me absolutely crazy. They don't stay on the side of the road. And I mean, trucks are going 80 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour on this road. And I'm coming up over a hill,
You want
there's
to
a
take a look
bike
at
on my
that
right,
instruction
and a
and make
truck
sure
coming
it
on the
looks
left.
okay before
I'm
I add
hitting
it
the
to the
biker.
stack.
I am not going head to head with a truck. Just saying. Stay to the right, guys.
Do you have the actual malice one? Was that sent to you? Michelle, you said the actual malice one?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Jamie already gave it. Sorry, Jamie.
Your Honor, was
Donna
it?
Baldwin, if you tell me to shush on my own
No,
stream,
I think
you
it's
get a
fine.
ban
Is the
for
court,
5
does the
minutes.
court want to leave the, Heard C, Depp 7
No.
sort of things in there? Because like, otherwise we could.
Oh, no, well, yeah, the numbers at top can stay. I just
Okay.
don't want to say disputed.
No, I don't think any of them say dispute.
Okay. No, the numbers, I tell the jurors to disregard the numbers in the heading. That's better for the record if we keep it that way. Okay, so are you still reading the publication? Okay.
I'm here for
Your Honor,
the
can we get-
cycle hate,
sorry
the
to
cyclist
bother,
hate.
Sammy, could we get one
I'll
more
put
printout
all
of the
those
actual malice
comments up.
instruction?
Sure.
Thank you.
I agree.
Jamie, can we get another actual malice?
Roads are for
Hey,
cars.
In California, they're not even allowed to ride on the sidewalk. They have to be in the street. And
I don't want them
don't
anywhere.
like it.
I don't want them on the sidewalk or on the street. They should go and ride on like a track somewhere. I don't want them on the road.
I'm not going to participate in this conversation because let's say we disagree.
I do not like green eggs and cyclists.
How much you want to bet Sean is a cyclist?
$100 billion.
He has like 8,000 bikes hanging over his head.
I want to bet Amber Heard's net worth.
You
$60.
jump to the republication.
Right
then.
there.
As typed.
No, Your Honor.
That would scare me. I wouldn't ever sit under that. I'm
I
terrified
know,
of things
me
like that.
Hold on.
Most of those
Is
are
there
wreck
a
bikes.
typo?
Yeah, most of those are client bikes from cases I've had.
Oh, that's funny. So they're all cyclists who got hit by cars who got sick of them in their lanes.
Nope. It's okay.
It's okay?
Yep.
All right.
Your Honor, I
We
just have a very
disagree.
quick question regarding closing arguments, if
sure.
we may. Does the court have any objection to us playing very small clips of,
As long as they're in evidence, you can play anything, show any picture.
well, that's my question. So
Okay.
obviously depositions were by video, many witnesses, especially from Ms. Heard. Do you have any objection to us playing video depositions, portions
If
of?
it's not in evidence, it doesn't get.
No, of course, just what's in evidence.
But there's no video depositions in evidence.
Oh, I see what you mean.
There is some.
Okay. So
Uh-oh.
It can only,
What?
the only thing that can be played to them is what is in evidence.
but their testimony, it's witness testimony.
Well, yeah, but depositions are witness testimony that you have during trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are the same. That would give more weight to video depositions than witness
Well, so
testimony.
my question is a follow-up question to that. Obviously, this trial was televised, so there are videos of witnesses testifying.
No,
So-
none of that comes in.
Okay,
No, the four walls of this courtroom is what the jury decides this case in,
okay.
period.
And just so we don't have a problem tomorrow, also, we can't put in front of the jury written deposition or
That's
trial
correct.
testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence. But
Understood,
you
Your
can
Honor.
show pictures in evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in
Or
evidence?
audio that's in evidence,
Okay.
all that's fair game.
What about the deposition video of Amber?
No written transcripts.
That was in evidence.
Just only items in evidence. And,
No, I
It was shown to
I'm-
the jury.
I'm on the same page.
okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Thank you, Your Honor, for
You
that
have-
clarification.
And you have 2
TMZ was in
hours,
evidence.
right? 2 hours each, and you, 2 people over here and 2 people over there, is that what's gonna happen?
It was
Yes,
the
Your
one
Honor,
of her
we're gonna
making the
split our,
mistake, slipping up.
We're going to split our
about
closing,
TMZ, yeah.
and then
I think that's
only
in
one of
evidence.
us will do the
They'll
rebuttal.
find it if it is.
Okay, and that has
Judge
to just
just
be
said
on the rebuttal case.
No
correct?
depositions
On-
are in the
Right,
evidence.
We have
Yeah,
that down,
but
right? We've gone
understood.
through that a
You
few
may be
times.
wrong.
Mr. Chu, do you have something on that?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. So plaintiff goes first,
Correct.
then the defendant,
Does.
counterclaim plaintiff.
Right, they do
Then-
their defense to your claim, and also they do their offense to their claim.
And then plaintiff.
Plaintiff gets to do their defense to their
And they
claim and
respond
rebuttal.
only with respect to the.
Rebuttal.
To the
To their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1-2, 1-2, and plaintiff gets 2 hours, they get 2 hours.
Total.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
Oh,
for each?
that doesn't
That's
matter
up
to
to
me.
us.
No,
Okay,
as
thank
long as
you,
your
Ron.
time is just 2 hours, it doesn't matter how much anybody does.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay?
If you wanted to shorten that to about 15 minutes apiece.
I would want to short it to 2 minutes, but That's not my
No
take.
shit.
I gave
We
you
got
2
pretty-
hours. I thought
We
that was
got
good.
pretty efficient at the end of this
Well, you know,
case.
it's amazing how that happens, you
Yeah.
know? It's kind of like the physics, you know, you make a circle and the people will fill that circle. Well, that's what happens. I made a circle.
And that's why we
Okay,
liked it that way.
so
That's why
let's go
Judge
ahead.
Penny
Let me
does
just
it.
go ahead and read into the record the order that I'm going to give the jury instructions. I'll also read into the record the instructions that were denied. And I will read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay?
Hey, Megan, write these
All
down.
right. Here we go. All right,
Look
so
them up.
for the jury
What?
instructions, I'll read them in the following order. Number heard I, number
Can't hear you.
3,
Private chat me.
number 10,
Oh, no,
1,
you can't. Forget it.
B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, E as in Echo, F, G, H, 12, 13, Y, FF, AA, BB, DD, that's David, DD, TT, CCC, 20, Z as in zebra, T,
They're never going to
U,
get through these.
V
It's gonna take all
as in
day.
Victor, K, L, 5, 6, 7, 32, 8, 9, 16, I, 30, KK, and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will be read to the jury in that order. Okay. The ones that were denied was instruction 22, 23, 24, CC, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied. The ones that were withdrawn for the record was instruction A, 2, 4, 11, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray, 31, W, EE, GG, QQ, DDD, Q, 18, J, M, N, O, P, R, S, HH, LL, UU, VV, WW, XX, YY, ZZ, AAA, and BBB. All right. So I will get you copies now. I'll get you hand copies of the jury instructions I'm going to read in that order, so you'll have copies when you leave here, okay? And I'll give you copies of the verdict form as well. And you can have those while you prepare for your closing arguments. Other than that, if you could come up to see Jamie after I leave the bench, just to make sure you go through the exhibits and everybody okays the exhibits, so we don't have to do that tomorrow. And also if you can have a look at the laptop with Sammy, just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Your Honor, one quick question
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand the jury only sees evidence
Yes.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed, or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before in med mals where they have their other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments orally.
That's fine. I just wanted to Yeah, make
Okay.
sure that there wasn't
Just try to keep it clean.
or paraphrasing of witnesses or anything like that.
Okay,
It's just,
that sounds fine with everybody. Does anybody?
that's fine with me.
That's a good question, though. Are you going to have a PowerPoint?
Probably with evidence.
Okay.
You know.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well for the PowerPoint?
I think so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
We'll do that as well.
And starts at 9.
Starts at 9. Closings start at 9.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Nadelhaft has a proffer still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
Do
okay.
you want to do that now? Before we-
Yes, sure.
As does
Yeah,
Ms.
everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your preference.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one too. So that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If you could just get to the microphone so I can hear you better. Or the court reporter can hear you better.
This will be shorter than the other day.
Oh, good.
Okay, this is for metadata. On May 16th and May 17th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence photographs from May 21st, 2016 that included metadata on the photographs. Ms. Hurd testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on her phone. The metadata demonstrated the pictures were taken on May 21st, 2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were Defendants Exhibits 700 through 726. And our exhibits A through AA of the proffer. Tabs N and O of the proffer are now blank, as defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document, stating that the metadata was hearsay and there was no foundation for the hearsay. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the metadata was hearsay and that there was no foundation, and admitted the exhibits but redacted the metadata. And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders. On May 20th, 2022, Ms. Hurd moved to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Stephen Duders, who was Mr. Depp's personal assistant. Mr. Duders testified that he was on the Boston flight and sat in a seat facing Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp. He further testified that the day after the flight, Mr. Depp told him he wanted to, quote, smooth whatever issue, end quote, existed with Ms. Hurd. Mr. Depp asked Mr. Duders to, quote, write a text, end quote, to Ms. Hurd and to say, quote, whatever she needs to hear, end quote. Mr. Duders then sent a text message to Ms. Hurd about Mr. Depp, stating, quote, when I told him he kicked you, he cried, end quote. The testimony is contained in Exhibit A, Mr. Duders' deposition. Ms. Hurd moved to admit the text message into evidence, arguing it was not hearsay under Rule 2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agents. Ms. Hurd argued Mr. Duders was acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay. The text message is Exhibit B to the proffer. Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Duders was Mr. Depp's employee, sending text messages to Ms. Hurd was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message in testimony, finding that Mr. Duders was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text message. And I have copies to provide.
All right, fine. We can add it to
The list, yeah.
We have a box for you. All right.
Now
We will add that.
Oh, sorry, Eric.
I think he has more.
And this is the other one.
All right, we'll make them part of the record. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All right, yes, Ms. Myers?
Thank you, Your Honor. On May 25th, 2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics pathology. Defendants objected on the basis that Dr. Collins had not been designated as a defensive witness and was designated only to rebut Dr. Jordan, which was defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been put up at this trial. Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Hurd's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the photographic evidence at issue in this trial. She also, for incidents where there was no photographic evidence, she would have testified as to what injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence that Ms. Hurd testified to. And finally, she would have testified as to her opinion as to the cause, or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury and what she observed, consistent, which was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified to today.
All right, thank you. Any other proffers? Okay. All right. So just don't leave here until you check the laptop and you check all your evidence and make sure we get your checkbox on that and everybody's happy with it, okay? Anything else for the court?
Thank you.
Really?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you in the morning.
All right.
Well, that was
Okay.
fun.
Sorry. I'm back. Hold on, let me put my headphones on. Holy crap. That is horrible. I am so sorry.
Ah.
I don't know what happened. I had to kill something. It was weird because my microphone was muted on the other stream. That shouldn't have happened. That is very bizarre, and I apologize for your ears.
Again.
Again. That's all right. I'm getting rid of that too. All right. Now you're awake. If you weren't awake before, you're awake now. All right. Let's bring it on with the boomer tech comments. I know you want to. Sorry about that. I was transferring from Mobile Megan to sorry, Roland. I know that was bad. I killed my ears too. And poor Gadfly, he almost fell out of his chair. My goodness.
You
I'm
see,
sorry.
Megan, when there's a microphone and the sound coming out.
I know. But the thing is that I had all things muted, so I don't know how that happened. But you know what? I'm not going to try and figure it out. You're not finding my article? Well, here, let me drop the link for you yet again.
Drop it.
It will be in the chat for you right here. Okay. You guys are killing it for me, and I appreciate it because that article is getting a ton, just an absolute ton of traffic. So great. That's really, really good. I appreciate that very, very much. All right. So do we have anything to go over, Gadfly?
I mean, you mean like just today, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, general thoughts and feelings. I want to say something about the copyright on TMZ. I had said this when they were talking about it, and I wished someone had asked the question to her. Okay, you say you did not give that video of Johnny to TMZ, yet you took the video, correct? Yes. She would have to say yes. Why did you not file a copyright infringement lawsuit against TMZ when they published your private copyrighted material to a website that distributed it across the world?
Good question.
She would have won that lawsuit immediately if she had not given them permission.
Yeah. True.
And that's an easy win, and she could get damages from TMZ, and, you know, she likes money. So, I mean, who doesn't, really? I mean, let's be honest. Who doesn't? How's my bruise holding up? Is it still there? I think it's still there. It looks a little bit more like blush now, but it's still there. I would have liked to have have her answered that question, and nobody asked it, unfortunately. And I think that would have been a really good one and really hammer her in on that. Really, Ms. Heard, if you did not give it to TMZ, then why haven't you forced them to take it down? You are the copyright holder.
Yeah.
I don't think
No,
how
you're
would
right.
she answer that? How would she answer that? She would only thing she'd be able to say is, well, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, she would say, I don't know who, like, how you get a copyright on such. She'd make some comment that would, and maybe it would confuse the jury even more. I think that TMZ guy saying that she did it without saying she did it, I think that was really good because it gave the defense like nowhere to go.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I need Gadfly to punch me again for it to look real. You can punch me through the screen. Can you punch me like through the screen and then it appears on my face? That would be funny.
Yeah, that would work.
You're
Disavow,
like,
disavow.
I would never do that. And just for the record, I do not have a bruise on my face. This was made by a Chinese bruise kit. that I got from Amazon.com. In fact, it's sitting right here. Where is it?
Amberzon.
Amber's. I have it right here. This is what I used to put a little bruise on my face that looks, I was trying to make it look like Amber's that she went to get her restraining order with. And I posted a picture of it here. Let's see. You can get a close up when I first did it. I think it was pretty impressive. I think it looks just like hers, actually. Pretty good.
Yeah, no, I think it does too. And yeah, the chat saying, that they should have said something about the incoming texts, saying that like Amber's team said that those texts were from Johnny, but it
Yeah.
looks like they might have been from someone else to Johnny, which would make sense because someone else could be talking about Molly and like some girl named
Mhm.
Molly that has nothing to do with Johnny. Again, the texts are a little cringy. They're a little like bro-y, kind of dumb, but whatever. It's between two friends. I don't really care either way.
I don't think the jury's going to care about that either. How is the jury going to care about that?
Yeah, I don't think they will. But also, I don't know whose phone that was from. I don't know if they clarified that anyways. But if they didn't, and that actually wasn't a text that Johnny sent, they'll bring it up in their closing arguments. They will.
Yeah, and I don't really think it matters. I wouldn't waste any time on it. I don't think that had any impact whatsoever on a jury. If anything, they were trying to hold back laughter about the flopping mackerel fish like we all were. Their responses cannot possibly be that much different than ours. I don't think.
I don't think so either. I think a lot of them. I mean, I was laughing at that horrible text he sent about Amber because I understood where he was coming from as far as like an ex-husband who suspects his wife or
Yeah.
is cheating on him with Elon Musk. I mean,
Well, and I think the worst thing he said in there was the guzzler comment. That would be the worst thing, because I went over it again. I read it again, and it actually everything else besides the guzzler comment was reasonable. It really was. I mean, for a guy who he's got elevator footage of his wife with some other dudes, and
yeah.
what do you expect? And also that she's, accusing him of these terrible things. I mean, maybe the guzzler comment was over the line, but even then, it's free speech, man. It's free speech. And you can say it's vile and it's disgusting and no one should talk about each other like that. And maybe that's true. But also, who can you talk to if you can't talk to your friends and be honest about how you feel about this woman that did this to you?
Yeah. And
Did she play a mackerel in Aquaman? Yeah, I think she did.
and I know that the jury is would have been confused in that moment whenever they're saying, here's evidence that you tried to get Amber Heard fired from Aquaman, and then they show that.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do
it had nothing to do with it. And you know what else was hilarious? It was a total self-own. Here, I gotta find it again. I thought I took a picture of it or I retweeted it. Where did it go? Because we're gonna go over that. Let's go over the text. That's fun. Let's do that. Let's go line by line through this text and let's talk about how terrible this text really is. And does it show that he was trying to get her was he trying to get her fired? Let's see what it really says. Okay, I've got a nice clear picture of it here.
Yeah, and now you've been officially demonetized.
It already happened. The stream got demonetized. Please hit me up with the super chats, super stickers, because it's already demonetized. They already did it, and they won't go back. All right, so here it is. She's begging for total global humiliation. Okay, she's gonna get it. Well, he's either a soothsayer or, I mean, it did happen. And I don't think it's because Johnny's so powerful. I think it happened because the evidence proves she lied about a lot of stuff. I'm going to need your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask. But she sucked Mollusk's crooked wiener, and he gave her some shitty lawyers. Now that's hilarious. So Rottenborn read this text in open court and called himself a shitty lawyer. How funny is that? It's pretty funny.
I love it.
It
And
was
Johnny's
a cell
saying that
phone.
I think Johnny just suspects that Elon pays for it. I don't know if he knows that or not.
I know that some people around him or people who knew him, they think that too. I don't know why, though. I haven't seen evidence to show me that he did. I would be very surprised if he did.
Yeah. Or he did, and he was just like, how much money do you need? Like 6 million? Okay, whatever. Sure. I don't care.
Yeah, maybe. Because, I
Leave
mean,
me
to
alone.
him, $6 million is like giving somebody like $100.
Yeah. If that.
If that. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love, for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. Now, really, none of those words upset me. No, do they? I mean, really, it's not that bad. The way her face was going was like, I would have laughed at this. It was funny. Like, there's not even a swear word in here.
There's not. Flappy Fish Market is.
None of these things get you demonetized on Facebook. Let's try that again. Gold digging, low level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market.
Flappy Fish Market sounds like a store in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob and Patrick walk up to the Flappy Fish Market.
I mean, it actually does sound like a pleasant place. It sounds like a pleasant place. You know, maybe we need some jazz music behind this. I think we need some music. Let's see if I can find a little bit of something that we would hear at a poetry night. That's not it. That's dumb.
Something I would hear on a poetry. Oh.
That's dumb too, but I only have a few things to choose from.
Are you on the YouTube Music Library?
Oh, I guess I could go on the YouTube Music Library. Is there stuff on there that I could use that won't copyright me?
Almost none of it's copyright. You can go to like you can click like make sure you don't need any attribution or anything as well.
How do I find the YouTube Music Library?
All right, I'll help you, Megan. It's in the YouTube studio.
Oh, it's in the studio. Oh my God, really? Tell me. Boomer, how to do it.
Scroll down on the left side to Audio Library.
The left side. All right, I'm looking. Hold on. I don't see anything that says Audio Library. I'm screwed.
It's right under customization, which is under monetization, which is under copyright.
Wait. Oh no, I got kicked out.
Jesus. Here, you know what? I'll find you.
You
one,
find something and send me a link.
You the YouTube link.
Oh wait, I think I just found it. It's under, what did you say again?
Under Audio Library.
Yeah, no, can't find it.
Okay. All right.
No.
Here we go.
Did you send me something? Where did you put it?
Let me see. Trying to
Watching him try to teach me how to use YouTube Studio should be its own stream. Let's do a live stream where you teach me how to work YouTube Studio.
Let's see if I can find it here. Okay. I'm gonna find the YouTube link so I can send it to you.
This is riveting. Riveting entertainment.
Very, very.
Oh, let's read your chats while we're figuring this out. Julia says, I'm snapping for you like a poetry reading. Yeah, let's do it. We need like some jazz music in the background.
There you go. There's the YouTube link.
Where did you put it? In the private chat?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, hold on. Can I share two things at once, though? I don't think I can. Oh, this is perfect. All right, hold on. I'm going to here's what I'm going to do. I have to take down the text and we're going to share the music instead, but I will read the text.
Would you like for me to send you a download of the song instead?
No, it'll be way harder it'll be easier if I just do it this way because I can see the text. You guys don't have to.
Okay.
And now, a reading of Johnny Depp's text. All right, here we go. Are you ready?
Ready.
She's begging for global humiliation. She's gonna get it. I'm gonna need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mala's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love, for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy. She wants to go and fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a guzzler out of my life. I'm not saying it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't.
Understandable. Disavow.
Disavow. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here. Gee, who's that? I want to know who that is.
She sounds sublime, though.
She sounds sublime, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. I mean, I love the clouds. Look at the clouds. Look at the artwork going by.
I love that. I like that a lot.
All right, so there you go. There you have it. I promised a jazz poetry reading of the Penguin. That was my version of Unbreaded. Someone's totally gonna clip that and send it to my editor. Please don't. Please don't.
Don't do it.
She's a Baptist. She'll have a heart attack. Don't. Catholics can get away with this stuff, but Baptists cannot. They don't even dance. You know, us Catholics, we drink, we swear, we do a lot of things, and so we can get away with it because we can go to confession and just be rid of all of it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right. But the Baptists, man, they'll kick you out for that. Just got to be careful.
Yeah, they don't like that.
No. Welcome to the Flappy Fish Market, LMAO. You know what? That's begging for a meme. Also, you should do a SpongeBob meme in front of the Flappy Fish
Welcome to the
Market.
Flappy Fish Market. Can I take your order?
Oh, I disavow everything I just did, everything I just said. If any of
Absolutely.
my children are watching, do not ever repeat those words that you just heard your mother say, and don't tell Dad. All right.
I only laughed because I was threatened if I didn't. That's what happens.
Oh, you know, I thought the text was pretty poetic myself. I didn't see the big, huge deal about it. And also, can we just say, I love this phrase. Or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. It's funny, man. It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's just the same way as like an ex-wife saying like, "Oh, you had a small blank anyways." You know what I mean? It's the same kind of thing.
Well,
It's like mean, but it's funny at the same time.
Yeah. Tina, don't tell Dad. Yeah. You know, moms and daughters have secrets. My mother used to say, don't tell Dad all the time. I remember mostly it was when we were out shopping. And she would be like, don't tell Dad. Like, okay, no problem. In her defense, though, he had the money. He was just, you know, he just liked to complain. So she wasn't putting him in the poorhouse or anything. Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Stace. Hopefully the jury will remember that moment. Who says you just violated me with a bottle, but can I get you some coffee? Then she testified that the thing she did after the bottle incident the next morning, the very next thing she did was go down to the kitchen and make him some coffee. What?
Well, it's because she was trapped in a cycle of abuse and she couldn't get out of it.
I guess.
Don't you understand? Don't you care?
No. Yeah. No, I don't care.
No.
Dolly says, well, at least he didn't say she smelled like a fish market. I agree. That would have been way more insulting. But he just said the flappy fish market thing, and I don't get it.
Yeah, it's just, you get what he's saying. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's a common
I'm
insult, if
actually not
anything.
sure. I'm not actually sure what it means. I don't know what he's referring to. He could just be referring to some inside joke we don't know about.
He could be too. He could be.
I mean,
I
because what
think
was
I
the
know what he
thrashing?
means.
What was the and maybe this is a guy thing I don't understand, but maybe the thrashing mackerel thing I thought was funny, and that may not have even been him because those were incoming texts. But it
Yeah.
sounds like it's an inside bro joke that maybe us ladies are not privy to. And frankly, I don't want to know, so please don't tell me. I'm gonna go with I don't need to know. That's information I'm on a need to know basis, and I don't need to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just stick with that. I don't need to
Yeah.
know. But I mean, I'm not so insulted by this that I thought it was more of a self-own to read this in court because most people are like, "Oh, let's see. Gold digging? Yeah. Low level? Well, she's not an A-level actress. She's maybe not even I mean, that TMZ guy called her a B-level actress.
He
I
did.
would probably put her down on a C level.
Yeah.
Dime a dozen. Well, if the
Very
shoe
true.
fits, lady.
It's
So
funny how they couldn't find any of those other examples, though. But I could think of a couple.
Mushy? Mushy. What does mushy mean? What does he mean by mushy? What does that refer to if you call somebody mushy? In my experience, if I were to call someone mushy, I would mean they were wishy-washy, that they couldn't make up their minds.
I think it relates to the next two things. Is my assumption.
You think?
I think so.
Pointless? See, I think he's talking about her performances. Low level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless.
Maybe.
Dangling.
I know.
You know what that means?
I have suspicions.
Again, this
Need to know basis.
This is bro humor I don't want to know. Ladies, don't go there. Don't ask. Just don't ask because you don't want to know. Now, the overused flappy fish market, yeah, okay, get it. We get it. But all that other stuff before, I think he could have been talking about her performances in movies.
He could have been.
You're not buying it, though.
Nope.
You're like, definitely not.
I think this whole message had a theme. I think it started with crooked ween, and it ended with the same thing, basically. So, I think he was referring to certain body parts for the most of it.
No, the chat is putting stuff in there I do not want to know about.
You guys
No.
gotta stop.
No, I don't want to know about any of this. I'm not putting any of that up on the screen.
Would you like some show and tell? I'm trying to make sure that none of. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I can show it.
You can share your screen. I can put it up.
Yeah, but does it put my whole screen up? Because I don't know if I want to show my whole screen.
Oh, now that's funny. I'm not going to say it though, but that's funny, Ashley. I hear you, and I think you might be right.
What? Oh, I'll
Check
read
out
it.
Ashley's comment.
Oh yeah, possibly.
DUI guy called her an X-list celebrity. Oh no, now I have the hiccups.
Look, I mean, I'll be fair to her, I guess. She is a celebrity. She was in a big movie. These are true things. She's just not very memorable, and people don't talk about her that often. That's all.
Mhm.
Which is
No,
what happens
she's
to a lot of
and now
celebrities.
she's infamous. She's
Oh
not
yeah,
just famous, now she's infamous. She has reached a whole other level of famous that she never intended to be, I think.
yeah. Well, Casey Anthony's famous as well, in a way.
She is. She's infamous.
Yeah.
I always tease my kids when they're like, when they see me on, like when I went on Tucker or other stuff, like when they see me doing things on television or whatever, that old television that no one watches anymore. They'll be like, our mom is kind of famous. And I'm like, no, honey. Mommy's infamous. Mommy's not famous. I have a lot more haters than fans, I think. Although not lately. Lately, the fans are with me, but that could turn on a dime, and it's okay. I'm used to it. I have been used to being more infamous than I have ever been, liked and adored. That's
Well, here's
not
the
my role
thing.
in life.
I know that I won't bring up any specific presidents, but if you say
From now
if-
on, we are
from now-
going to refer to him as he who shall not be named.
but if you say you love the current or previous president, or you say you hate the current or previous president, a chunk of the chat will be angry with you. However,
no
if
matter
you
what.
say I hate Amber Heard, everyone agrees.
It's a unifying issue. It is the
Mhm.
unifying thing that we shall all continue to hang on to while we knit this country back together to become
Yes.
friends again so that we can have a beer together no matter which moron you voted for. Oh, and that was another thing in Foxy's comment that I loved so much, the one that I read before. It was a really long comment and there was more at the beginning, and she addressed this issue that we have in the chat. She said, I really enjoy the like-mindedness and unity on the channel. Everyone is so similar. No one is radical. Generally, most normal and sane people are pretty much the same. I agree with this
Yeah,
so
for sure.
much. And she said, no one is radical, pretty much the same with the same sort of reactions. So maybe that differences episode that we talked about doing will be sad, but maybe it will be interesting too. After all, this crap with governments and corporations and how now weird information released that apparently, well, there's stuff I can't say because YouTube will probably take my video down if I say that. But just the global stuff that's going on with the misinformation that's going around, you guys can infer from that. She says, my own politics have been a mistrust of everything at this point. Me too. Me too. That's exactly where I'm at. And wanting the least amount of interference and invasiveness from authorities and authoritarians. I can agree with that also. The least amount of invasiveness from my government. And also, the government should be for the people inside of them. Taxes should be for making the areas much better and like the roads that they don't fix. That's their whole point of taking my taxes is to fix the freaking roads, and they're never fixed.
They give it to Texas.
Yeah. And she says for reducing crime and all the things that contribute to crime and chaos. And then there's the regulations that protect ordinary people from abuses from powers, which everyone agrees with, like abuses from companies and abuses through price gouging and crazy increases of prices for basic things like they're doing now, that everyone should always be focused on making quality of life the maximum of ease and pleasure for everyone involved and not gamed towards psychopaths and cheats who do wrong things to up themselves and step on the backs of others. And then this next thing that she said really got me because this is how I feel. These two parties are all corrupt. The conservatives are not real conservatives. The liberals are not true liberals. They aren't helping the people. They don't care. It is fully infiltrated by scumbags doing shady dealings and owned by corporate lobbyists thoroughly. It is all Hydra, the agenda groups being funded by groups paying off both sides in fake war and controlled chaos. I can't agree more with this. I don't like either one of them. I don't like any of them. And the whole thing is fake. And that's how I'm feeling. I feel like everything's fake. Everything's a show. And I just
Yeah.
love this comment. If you guys want to read the whole comment, because I found it really interesting. It is on day 21. It's in the comment section of day 21 live coverage video on YouTube. And you can read the whole thing there. And I thought Foxy Fox was right on. And thank you for writing it and putting it there because I agreed with everything you said. And I think most normal people who are not radicals are all in agreement on that. And that's what this channel is about. I'm bringing together normal people. I don't care who you voted for, just people who are awake to the kind of manipulation that's going on around us. And there's so much of it.
Yeah, I mean, I watch YouTube channels from all sorts of political backgrounds, the people that run the channels, it's all different opinions, but everyone agrees that the mainstream media is terrible.
Right?
We don't like Amber Heard, and the mainstream
media is terrible. Yeah, they lie about all kinds of stuff, and we try to catch them on a regular basis. And I think we do a pretty good job at PJ Media. We do care very much about facts and things, and my editors have a pretty high standard for what we can put out there, and they double check everything. and we change our we we will admit when we've made a mistake and update something if we've made a mistake, and I totally believe that in all human interaction. If you've made a mistake, come clean. Just say it. Just say you made a mistake. It's okay. And Amber, get help. Say it. You made a mistake. You lied. You lied, and you need to end this now because this has been crazy.
Accept your punishment, accept your public ridicule,
Mm.
go get help, and then maybe bounce back from it somehow, but not in the same way that you were before. You're done.
It's probably also good to point out with all this, oh, I'm being humiliated and I'm so downtrodden and everyone hates me. Consider yourself lucky that we are not living in the Roman Colosseum times, because you would literally be in an arena right now with some lions, some actual lions, while the mob cheered while they tore you to pieces.
Yeah.
Or if you were in the Wild West, you'd be surrounded by villagers right now and you'd be stoned to death. Is what would happen. People would be throwing literal stones. The justice system is the only thing standing between you and the actual mob, and that's a good thing. We don't want to go back to the Wild West. As much as I like to joke about liking anarchy, I don't want to be, I don't want random hangings wherever you go.
Yeah, me either.
'Cause that's what
For the
would
record.
that's what would happen. That's what would happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
you have to have some kind of intervention from some authority, or you're going to get mob action, whether that mob action is justified or not. And that's the scary thing about it. When the mob doesn't get justice, when the mob believes they deserve justice, they'll take it however they can get it. And if there's no authority there to stop them, innocent people are going to get attacked by the mob. So she should be happy that all that's happening to her is that she's being memed to hell all over the internet, because that will pass. It will end, and you will still have your life to live, and you can go live a quiet life, and it will be fine. 100, 200 years ago, lady, you wouldn't make it out of this alive. So be happy that, no burning. We're not burning witches at the stake anymore, but a few hundred years ago, we were.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of innocent people.
She was there for that too. She's been around since then. She
Her
remembers.
coven can testify to it under oath.
It was a hard time for all of us, Your Honor.
We were freeloading in Goody Rachel's house. and oh,
It's been rough. It's been rough it's going to get more rough before it gets better, but it will get better. Eventually, no one will care. Eventually.
everyone, there will be another distraction after this, and I will be right here probably walking you through it. Whatever it is, we're going to be here like, hey, guess what's happening today? Because this stuff never ends.
Yeah. Oh, when Amber gets back on social media, if she has an active presence at all, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, but when she comes back, it will calm down, especially if Johnny gets some justice here. If she loses this court case, I don't see people having that much energy to truly keep up the hatred towards her and going after her for very long. I really don't. If she wins, on the other hand, it will never end for her, because people will never accept her as a victim of they're just not going to. That's not going to happen. No one's going to accept her as a victim. She will have to deal with it forever. But if she loses, people will feel they got their pound of flesh. And it'll
And the
be
same
done.
people, if she does win, will say it was proven in court.
Oh,
The
isn't
same people that say the Rittenhouse trial was a joke. He's a murderer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Right.
just
Right.
whatever fits your narrative works. That's fine.
Right. Yeah, and that's going to be bad. If she does win this case for some reason, we are never going to hear the end of it was proven in court. And I'm
know.
sorry, but that's not what it will mean. All it will mean is if she wins this case, it means she was not defaming him in that one paragraph that you saw. It does not mean she didn't lie about the TMZ thing. It does not mean she didn't lie about everything else she lied about on the stand. Doesn't mean she didn't misrepresent her own sworn testimony several times in front of you. She did. But that's not what this case is about, is it? Ashley, thanks for the super sticker or super chat. Thanks for becoming my new friends, Megan and Gadfly. Well, Ashley, we're glad to have you as our new friend as well.
Me too.
I
Thanks
love
for
the
sending
chat.
me that super sticker.
Yeah. That super sticker. Hey, I told you I would send you some revenue from these streams.
Yeah. Sure you did. Yeah, say that on stream now. I never heard that.
It's in writing. Oh my
No,
God.
Photoshopped.
You're impugning my character.
Just kidding. Megan did offer that as well. However, if you'd like to support me and my silly songs that will continue even after the trial, but not about the trial necessarily, then please go to my YouTube channel, but especially go to my Patreon at patreon.com/thetruegadfly. And you can subscribe for as little as $1 a month just to support me. I appreciate it. Put down that coffee and give me your money.
And give me your money.
Yeah, DJ Southpaw said you just pledged me millions. I agree.
did. I am pledging right now to give him $3.5 million.
Yes, I have it now. I'm going to go spend it.
And you could go and buy a new car with that right now.
I can, and I will. And I'll say
you just tell the Camaro dealership or whatever, I was pledged $3.5 million. So I could buy 10 of these cars right now. And you should give them to me because I have a pledge from a random YouTuber that she's going to give me $3.5 million.
Yeah. You know what's hilarious too?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like pledges, even in like Kickstarter, like you pledge your money, right? But they don't charge you until after it ends. And if you have at any point you can be like, nah, I'm not doing that anymore, because that's what a pledge means.
Right. Exactly.
Nothing to do with actually giving money. It's you're saying you're going to, but that doesn't mean that you will.
Yeah, exactly. Her trying to say I use them synonymously. Yeah, no one does that. Oh, thank you for dropping the link. I was here Googling it, and that was not it wasn't working for me. All right, here's the Patreon link coming at you in the chat. Make sure you check it out. And I think we're going to call it quits today because I need an early day to get caught up on all the stuff I need to do at home and my wifing duties, my mothering duties. I have a lot of stuff to get done. I have a lot of laundry I need to do, a lot of cleaning I need to do, and some weeding also. So you know what's going to happen next, though, don't you?
Oh, I'm going to play Miss Pac-Man. Is that what's going to happen?
What's happening next is I'm going to leave you, but not until you get another playing of Camille, because it's my favorite song. I'm not doing Objection Hearsay. I don't care what you guys say in the chat, because I want Camille to go to number 1. She deserves over 1 million hits, and she doesn't have them yet.
Yeah, go watch Camille. Objection
Go
Hearsay already
watch
has
Camille.
1.7 mil or whatever.
I'm going to drop the link because Objection Hearsay doesn't need any more love, but Camille does. And you can do it for Camille because you love her and she's awesome. Please tell me more about your wifing duties. Well, they're not as exciting as you might think. It involves a vacuum cleaners and laundry and fabric softener and dusting stuff. It's not as exciting as one might think. But my husband would be happy as hell if I would just clean the house. Here we go, guys. Thanks. Take care. See you tomorrow. Don't remember, I'm not here in the morning, but Jon Del Arroz will be here. Take care, everybody.
Thank you for the pledge, DJ.
But don't look inside. I know that this is the end. You know the money ran and so did all the friends. And right down there, you're lying on the stand. Let you down. Not the same, you understand. Come here, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, go back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Come here, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Come here. getting trapped by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we get gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you grow. Count the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Count the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Call me up, if I had to guess, you might be one of the best. Call me up, brighten